Hey everybody. Um, some Discord banner just popped up on Twitch saying you can earn rewards or something. I want to turn that off. I don't know how to do that. I only just saw it as I went live. Huh. I wonder how you do this. Twitch turn off Discord promotion. There was something like this for Apple TV. I guess Ski told me how to turn that one off. Maybe I can find that message. Apple. Also, hey Kevin. Uh, sorry, this is throwing me off. Hi King of Spoons. Welcome back. And hey Smooth. And I don't know how to turn this off. Give me 1 sec because I do want to figure this out. It's gonna cover chat for everybody. Huh. I thought Ski had sent me a message. Yeah, I don't know. All right, I don't know how to do this. Well, maybe there's a way. eh. There was a banner right here. I don't think I even showed it on stream. I think I just closed it for myself, but I don't know if it closed it for everybody. I'll have to ask people as they filter in on Twitch. The next thing we have to do, other than figure that out, is ecom today, Friday. Adam is going to look into adding bosses to the game. He's not totally sure whether they'll gate progression, drop better loot, etc. So there'll probably be some game design first. Yeah. And then the other thing I wanted to write is this, a replayability command. So acom replayability. Skeleseller doesn't have enough randomness or branching paths to easily allow for replayability. And Adam thinks that's okay. It's a game like Super Mario RPG, and that you buy it, play it, have fun, and then probably don't play again. Yeah. I was going to say, at least that's the plan at first, but I think it's good. Trying to find an ethical way to make a ton of money. I mean, you could just go into a high paying profession. There are plenty of those. Hey, Darkstorm. Yeah. Is there a way to turn this off? Is what I was wondering. And hey, Pressel, I see we're now just saying happy day. I did listen to the music you sent, by the way. It's interesting what changing instrumentation can do for the feel of something. So it was a fun listen. Um, it sounds maybe slightly more muted, and yeah, more like calmer almost, and less maybe sort of obviously melodic, I'd say. On my end, to click don't show again. Yeah, I guess as long as people have that, I think it's probably okay. But still, I'd like it to just not show for anybody. Oh well. All right, so I think the first thing we got to do when it comes to actual work is go look at PRs because I'm pretty sure there was a boss PR, or maybe I'm making that up. Oh, this one. I definitely wanted. This was updated 2 days ago. I only saw that Kevin sent a message. Yeah, I only saw that Kevin sent a message on Discord saying I played, I think, Halls of Torment and saw an FPS slider there. I didn't know if the PR was updated. Like, could be playing constantly. Any criticism? I would need to listen again if it's for criticism. I ended up playing it just in front of my wife while we were just sitting on the couch. So we were just listening to it and not necessarily thinking of providing a response just yet. Things have been pretty busy lately, so I haven't been catching up with all my messages. And if you looked at my Discord right now, this is what my sidebar looks like. So I've got a bunch of just unread DMs that I haven't looked at yet. Well, I guess I did look at your DM. I just haven't responded to it, which is why I marked it unread again. All right, anyway, let's look at this. So this closes 350, removed the R symbol, changed the logo color to white, changed the background to black, fixed hover, and press styles. Okay, yeah. This should be, yep, this is exactly what I would expect. There's one last thing I want to look at, which is Steam. Where do I find this? logo. Let's search for that. No, it's not there. Steam maybe? What? Where is this? Title screen? Yeah, here. Oh, I was searching through issues. I needed to search through this. Yeah, I want to take a look at this. I want to see what are their main, where is this? Branding guidelines for this. Do they suggest a different color or do they suggest just using black? And I'm fine with black. RGB value is this. Some lighter color backgrounds, RGB values, yeah, perfect black. That I'm the reason I said this is because I'm kind of surprised because I think I remember seeing this in gray, but maybe I never did. Hey, Physitronic. Also want to figure out whether it has VSync enabled. Okay, gotcha. Did I hear you saying you didn't want the drops visible? You can turn them off. Yeah. How do I do that, Toulouse? Looking for ease and efficiency too. I mean, that all comes down to proficiency. I think it'll become easier as you do something. But yeah, consider that. I mean, other than that, what you're looking for is essentially a get-rich-quick scheme otherwise, and I don't think there's an easy, trustable way for that. Aha, thank you. Enabled drops. Okay, thank you very much for that, Toulouse. Yeah, and that's fine, Kevin. I just want to make sure there wasn't anything, like I said, for whatever reason, it felt like it should be gray in my head. And even if it were, it doesn't mean we should change anything as long as they say it can't be black. But yeah, this should be good. All right, let's look at the changes here. I suspect there's going to be absolutely nothing controversial. Yep, there isn't. And to be honest, I think I just trust this video. So let's just merge this. All right, cool. But thank you for doing that. Okay, so that's done. Now we need to, wait a second, one sec. Okay, good. There's nothing private there, but I had a bunch of other tabs open that I forgot I had open. Oh, there's nothing private in any of them, actually. All right, so sync changes. Apparently it doesn't work though, sorry. I guess it's not considered a drop. There was some way to turn it off for Apple TV, and I don't remember what it was. Hey, Mystical Cell, happy Friday. What do people need then? What should I get good at? I mean, you can just search for highest paying professions if that's all you care about. And yeah, just look at some of these things and also just look at maybe jobs in your area and see what are they paying. I mean, there's the obvious ones, and then there might be some that are not so obvious, and the not so obvious ones, I don't even know if I would know about necessarily, but usually they're more niche or they're more specialized somehow. King of Spoons, how old are you, out of curiosity? This is a question I would not expect someone older than 18 to be asking. Okay, I could have sworn we had something about bosses. This. Ah, I see. Canyon instance. And we don't have the canyon in use anywhere? No, we don't. Got it. Yeah, becoming royalty pays well. Probably easier a little bit than some other jobs. Regular monsters spawn at top left. Bosses should spawn in the middle. And we have the ogre. Okay, so we have canyon, ogre. Canyon plus ogre will be a good place to put this stuff. But I think we need to do some of the game design behind this. Perfect guess. Yeah, and I think a lot of this will become clearer with time. But yeah, I'd say maybe just focus on what you like doing and not as much on money. Number 338, number 339. Implement unused instances. The spawn in the middle where the spawn could take place. Spawn the ogre boss. Yep, cool. Sounds good. Add this all in instance data. Okay, cool. I'll take a look at that. So canyon notes and 339. New graphics, start adding new monsters located in there. Propose copying the existing instances, name them just like the first ones, add new monsters, start by filling the missing instances, level 359. Oh yeah, we gotta change, well, We gotta do a whole balance pass, but yeah, we gotta change a lot of stuff. All right, I definitely want to do some game design around the boss monsters. I want money as much as I want to be needed. I think any profession that faces people, you could typically be needed. Actually, even ones that don't face people. So, for example, you could be a software engineer for a bank, and as long as your boss appreciates you, you can still feel that you're appreciated. Hey, human puppet. Yeah, exciting times with adding bosses. Yeah, the only issue is I don't know what we want to do with this, and I think we need to. I think we need to look at more than just bosses. And I think I'm just gonna go make a new document really fast. Where do we do? We did skill stuff last time, so yeah, let's go make a new document. Give me a sec. I'm trying to find this. All right, new doc exists. This is just gonna be a private document, but I need something to just do Skeleseller boss planning. All right, let's add some headers. So overview. Yeah, I know that we want bosses in the game, and I know that we want them to be the interesting fights and that there can be different mechanics. So questions, how does the user find out about the boss mechanics? What is the first boss's mechanics? Which is probably almost certainly going to be the ogre. Add a quick flag to the instance, which will change where the monsters spawn. Ideally, I'd want them to be in the middle of the enemy spawn team. Yeah, I think we will probably have some bosses that just look like regular enemies, but have unique parameters, in which case we wouldn't have that flag on. And then we'll have something like the ogre, which is probably just going to be in the center and would have that flag on. Yeah. Okay, so these things, and then like, what are bosses for? So is it for progression? Should we think more about money sinks? Is it for rare items? Is it for something else? Oh, I'm not gonna fall for that, Oppressor. You'll need more finesse in your messages. You know, what if this was a gamble? What if it's like, if you didn't catch me, I subtracted a point from you, and if you got me, I give you 5 points. Yeah, time learned from Z-Wubs. Are they gonna be part of existing maps, or would they be boss specific maps? Like once you beat 3 basic maps, you unlock one with the... Oh yeah, that's another question we need to ask is, how do you even get to the boss fight? Like, is it just another instance? Is there some unlock mechanic? Give a player a point of reference to compare their skills, I guess. Yeah, and hey, Sword Lord, Skeleseller is a little bit different. If you haven't seen it before, it's different in that it's not, you're not manually playing the battles. So the skill check is like either a stat check or a can you understand what party composition is needed. But yeah, the way that battles work is that they're just automatically taking place. So there is no like dodge to the left and attack and make sure you're using your cooldowns in the right time. Like that's not going to exist. So instead, what you'll have to do is you'll have to figure out which party you want. Maybe you need the mage and the warrior for one of these, and then figure out which skills make sense for that. And actually, this is something I should probably write down in the game design doc, that maybe some bosses should only allow for 1 or 2 characters. Well, I guess if it's one, then there aren't that many interesting combinations because there are no combinations. Generic ideas. So we could greatly limit how many adventurers you can use in the battle. E.g., if we only allow for 2, then maybe you have to find the perfect combination. Allowing for only 1 would probably mean, would probably not be a good idea, but we could try it. Green screen's bleeding a bit behind you. Lighting different. The lighting is a touch different. Yeah, I see that. Thank you, Tolus. Let me try something. I don't know if that's going to help. It doesn't look like it. Man. That's worse. I wonder if I turn this one down. Yeah, that's better, although now my face is less well lit. But let's leave it at that for now. I gotta at some point like rearrange the lights in this room or rearrange the desk in this room. I'd like to figure out what each boss gimmick is, but I'm not sure that's necessarily better for Skeleseller. I think it's a good idea to have the boss gimmicks. In fact, that's why I started this boss ideas thing. I think this is a perfect example of something I really, really like for the game. A boss that only takes 1 damage from every single source. So now your characters that were bombing enemies for like 142 damage, they just do 1. And now you need to figure out how to beat it. And of course, the figuring out how to beat it is like, well, just get fast attacking classes. Yeah. Okay, so I think we need to start with this. What are bosses for? And maybe it helps to start with an overview of the game. The question is, do you get an instruction or do you have to find it for yourself? Actually, that's another thing I hadn't really thought of. I thought you would just see a tooltip of like, you just hover over the boss and you would see this boss takes 1 damage from all sources. Maybe it could be in the instance chooser right before you fight them. Maybe it could be in a tooltip. Maybe sometimes it could be in one of those places and it just says hidden information to indicate that you have to figure it out. Hey, Dark Summon. Gimmick can be revealed once you beat him once. Yeah. Yeah. I guess that's... Yeah, actually, that probably makes the most sense for the game. Could be revealed after you've won once. Yeah. Puzzles are always fun to solve. I leave everything to the player. Yeah, I do think we should probably indicate, like, if we do this, we should probably indicate that bosses have special properties and that the player has to figure them out. That way players aren't confused when they come across a much harder enemy. Excuse me. Okay, so I like that. But yeah, overview of the game. You start, you build the guild, you hire an adventurer, you battle, you build the alchemist, you sell your first item, you repeat this loop of battling, selling for a while. While doing this, you hire more adventurers. You train your existing adventurers and you unlock new instances. So you've been playing for, I don't know, about maybe an hour or two, something like that. Now at some point you get the ability to fight a boss. Yeah, so I still don't know how do you get that ability, but then what is the boss for? But what are some obvious things we have? Progression, rare items. Yeah, so I guess I like the idea of maybe more powerful items, maybe not necessarily rare. They could be guaranteed. But I like the idea of not being able to win against the boss many times in a row. There should probably be a cooldown. Some kind of tavern where you pay for hints about bosses and levels. I suspect, and I'm not positive about this, but I suspect, let's say we did this stuff, all these ideas. There's one boss for each of these. And we just randomize which boss you fight. I have a feeling that you could probably get a lot of different party combinations to work for this stuff, just based on how the game is laid out, such that you don't really need hints. And the other question I guess we have is, what happens if you can't beat a boss? What happens if you can't beat a boss? E.g., maybe you don't have the adventurers that we thought you would, or they're not strong enough. What the gimmicks are related to the lore, race, clothes, using graphics. Yeah, I mean, they certainly can be. You could imagine something like this one, a boss that only takes 1 damage from all sources, could be like a giant rock monster. But that's something to figure out later. I think these are all things that you figure out from just an overall game design perspective. And then when it comes to the individual bosses, that's more a just how do you slot this into the system that we already have. Hidden info would only be confusing if it was something like the boss can only be damaged from the shadows, rogue under the cloak. Even then, you'd probably just try all the characters and eventually kind of figure it out. But yeah, I don't want it to be incredibly obscure information. They can drop something you need later in the game. Yeah, so the you need later in the game implies progression. Hey TJ. And that's the thing I kind of want to figure out here. So I guess another way of looking at this, it may be helpful to look at this in terms of problems in the game. And the problems are we need a money sink, and we need progression to be clearer, and we probably need to gate progression. Now, bosses don't need to solve all of these things. I don't think a boss makes sense to be a money sink, like you pay every time you want to fight them, because we want you to experiment, and I don't want it to feel bad when you lose and you're like, okay, well, time to try a new thing. I don't want you to be like, well, time to go work up the money and then try the new thing. I think that would be frustrating. So I think I want bosses to be for progression. And yeah, can you fight bosses a second time, or another time, I should say, another time after you've beaten them? And is there a limit to this? And what do they give on subsequent times? And does the game somehow nudge you toward fighting bosses as often as possible? Because that might not be a good thing. Anyway, progression. So one thing we could do, here's just a sort of rough outline of an idea, is we could say your maximum adventurer rank is tied to boss completion. So, for example, you can only get to level 3 without having beaten the first boss. Hey, Mr. Evil Rex. Do your weapons have stats on them? If so, stat rerolls can be gold sync. Weapons do not have stats, no. And even this, by the way, one of the other things is right now the maximum level in the game is 7, I think. Oh, hey, Delicious. Thank you for the raid. Hey, Muscleman Development. And hey, Mojo. Welcome in, everybody. We are trying to make bosses for Skeleseller, but I don't exactly know how I want them to work. So right now in the game, you can do battle against... can I zoom in on this? Yeah, that's working again. Okay, you can do battle against regular enemies, just like in a lot of games, right? And you win against these, and they will give you... Oops. There we go. Okay. You win against these, and you'll get some items that you can sell in your town. So here we got some potions. We got 3 of them. We put them down, and then these customers can come over and buy them. So they purchase it. So with bosses, are they dropping different items? Are they unlocking other parts of the game? Are they whatever? So that's what I'm trying to figure out. And then we have to actually add the graphics, add the characters and everything into the game. We have the graphics already. We just need to, where is this? Monsters. There's an ogre in here somewhere. Ogre, there it is. This is our first large enemy. Although it's not going to be super obvious when I load it up in GIMP, but let me load this and show you. So there's our first boss we're going to have. Love the look of it. Think it's going to be great. Not sure what the gimmick's going to be. That stuff we'll all decide later. But yeah, we're trying to figure out the whole parameters of all this stuff. Welcome in. You can make the boss instant, a drop. Player who wants to fight bosses, big risk, big reward, can sink money into buying their instance after the first kill. I don't think I want there to be a risk per se. Like you spend a lot of money on this. Even just something like dumping items at the portal, empowering enemies. I don't think paying for instances makes sense either. Only because remember the whole way this game works is if your win rate is greater than 50%, then you'll just auto repeat that battle. And now the increased cost means kind of nothing. But anyway, that's a different system. I don't think I want to try to solve the money sink now unless it's bosses who are going to be the thing to solve it. And I don't think I want you to have to pay to try to fight them. Buying their cave or dungeon after they die so you can sell in different locations. The way you'll almost certainly get to bosses is by walking into this portal, and then it'll just put you into a different location. So for example, when you see the rogue get to this portal, we're in a different place from the forest right now. That's probably how it's going to work. But I guess the bosses could be in the world itself. Like you just see an ogre boss over here. That is kind of interesting. Playtime can be something you store and use for decisions about how bosses spawn. I think the boss is going to be an event you trigger. Like right now, the way the game works is, let me just win this battle. Right now, the way it works is you have all these locations you can just choose to go to. And imagine if one of these had a little skull next to it. So it's like volcano. You're going to fight the lava monster here. And you know that going into it. I think that's how it'll probably work. And how do you get to the boss fight is another instance. Does the boss show up in the world somewhere based on some event? How would you know how to even get to the next boss fight? Yeah, maybe what we do is we mail the player a DVD of Shrek, the movie, and when they get to the end of the movie, the ogre boss shows up in the game. And we'd have to have the player time it, and we need to get the rights. But I think that's the best idea we've heard so far. Okay, so yeah, rough outline. Your maximum adventure rank is tied to boss completion, and well, actually, another thing could be, do you get an item for it? Maybe this could be kind of interesting. What if by fighting in a particular location, like the volcano, you got an ogre flute, and you need one of these to be able to try to fight the boss. The only problem is that you'd be accumulating lots of these, presumably, because if you can beat the volcano, then you could just keep playing at the volcano. A portal crystal or something. Yeah. Some item that they drop that gives you the thing. Could be a portal that opens, or just an item that makes sense for the boss, e.g., giant meat to lure the ogre. I do kind of like the idea of, okay, you got the portal for starting battles, and bosses are either in the world or there's a different portal or something. Not totally sure. Although reusing the old portal, I think is fine too. What about adding progression to the map itself? To spawn a boss, you need to conquer a map X number of times or something. Yeah, that could be done. There could be different unlock mechanics for this. I'm not even sure. I guess another question we haven't answered is how do you even unlock these? The way it works right now is you just beat the previous one. But I don't know if it's going to work that way in the future. Yeah, maybe we need to figure out how you unlock regular instances. Right now, it's just beat the last instance or prior instance. But it doesn't have to be that way. You know, another thing that might make this stuff clearer is trying to instill some amount of the final balance. Like one of the changes we just made, I think on Wednesday, was I made the max adventurer rank 7, which is pretty low for a game. It means that the levels need to have a big enough difference. In fact, one of the things I probably have to do is drastically increase your stats instead of just slightly increase your stats. I'll write this down somewhere. Well, I'll write it down for the balance task, I guess. Balance for checkpoint 4. All right, train customers, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so level up changes. Now that the maximum rank is 7, we need to think about how many hours it should take for you to get to the next rank. And we need them to feel drastically different. maybe instead of like +1 power per level, you're getting +5. Collect them to open the last portal. Yeah, there are there are some high level ideas we could have for this. How do you even get to the boss fight? Yeah, do you get an item for it? It could be that you get many items, e.g. shards of a portal, and you use those to open the boss fight. I wonder how that would work in the game, because you'd be getting these shards, which would mean you'd need the warehouse, or there need to be a place where you're building this thing. So maybe there's a structure here that's called like portal pedestal, and your workers could bring shards to the pedestal. Maybe you unlock the portal pedestal and your workers bring shards there. Maybe you have to assemble it using the warehouse. I have to think about this. Yeah, one of the problems with this is we only have 7 levels, and we need there to be, I guess, 6 bosses. Did you do the Sequoia update? I don't think so. No, I'm still on Sonoma. But I'll probably get that soon enough. Is there anything major that it brings? Most of the Mac OS changes are for like, I feel like the Apple ecosystem at large. So now your iPhone can do this with your Mac, and I don't have an iPhone. I like having a designated area for the boss portal. Yeah, I'm still torn on a lot of these other things here. Well, let's just keep planning some stuff out. We'll eventually get to something. So if we do tie the adventurer rank to boss completion, then we essentially need 6 bosses. Well, maybe 7 bosses. 1 for each rank increase, and 1 final boss. That's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. So there could be 7 bosses. Yeah. And also we would need the first boss. We would, I guess, only be allowing for 1 level up before you fight the boss, the first boss. Maybe we don't even allow for that. You have to fight the first boss at level 1. That would mean that it's just a harder instance, since you'd have literally no choice other than party composition. And that wouldn't be too extensive a choice at that point in the game. Window tiling. Native one is also more limited. Huh, yeah. I'll probably still upgrade at some point, but yeah, I guess I won't do a lot. Maybe we could do some higher difficulty version of each instance where you get the shard drop and you have to defeat some elite packs to progress. I think the problem I have with any of the like increase instance difficulty stuff is that it's basically just going to be, can you win at least once, and then auto battle. For any system we come up with, it could be like, okay, well, there's a slider and it's okay, just set the HP to as high as you can handle, and it's like you'll just drag, you'll binary search your way through this HP thing, and then you'll figure out what you can do, and you'll feel like, did I meaningfully add anything with this difficulty slider? I think a lot of games where the difficulty sliders are manually controlled, and it's like, oh, okay, you've got to think a little differently, you've got to use your more survival skills. I just don't see that happening in this game. The balance would have to be practically perfect. Give me a one-time challenge only, no auto battle. It's just for the drop. But if you lose it, then you'd have to be able to repeat it. So in that sense, there would still need to be auto battle. Like, I guess one of the things I'm getting at is there is randomness in the game. And the mage is a good example in that there's the mental swiftness skill. So, for example, you might have a 3% chance of winning due to lucky procs. So you just kind of auto repeat until you win. And yeah, I mean, I think some players will just actually do that. So I think the boss is the place where you would want to have the experimentation. Because yeah, elite enemies or any difficulty slider is just gonna get smoothed out by auto battling. Anyway, easy ways we could do this in the game right now is just, yeah, you beat a certain instance, you unlock the boss. I guess that's the easiest possible thing. And you, at some point instead, or like the next instance, you unlock just has a boss there instead of regular enemies. E.g., the volcano has a skull next to it. Is there an extra space there? No. And that's how you know there will be a boss, and that's the natural progression gate. Yeah. Maybe after you lose to a boss, your characters need to regenerate for some time. You can't auto battle bosses that easily. So the bosses are going to be the only fights that have sort of a gimmick to them. And until you've figured out that gimmick, you're probably going to lose a bunch of times. So we already have our regeneration cost. If I were to repeat this battle and just click the lose button up here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now my rogue has to regenerate. I think we can just keep this system the same for bosses. So the only penalty for losing against a boss is you have to wait like 15 seconds. And even that you can eventually address with either enchants or with maybe we'll have a player-wide skill saying increase regeneration rate. So it's like, oh, I'm going to fight the boss. Let's put some points into regeneration instead of cloning, and we can do the battles faster. Yeah. Yeah, I like this idea. Your rank is tied to boss completion. I kind of like this idea. You just get boss instances at some point. I feel like we need more content in general for the game though, so that it's not just okay, win the next 3 fights. I guess how are the fights different if you're not leveling up? There needs to be more stuff that you can purchase. Let me take a look at these other things. Yeah, so definitely progression. Rare items and stuff I'll have to figure out in a sec. You figure out how you unlock regular instances. I think we do need to figure this out. I'm gonna put a star next to this. How do you even get to the boss fight? Just another instance. Yeah. Because I guess if it's to get an item, all right, I'm gonna still put this here. If you had to get items to unlock the bosses, then it would just be auto battling in a particular area. But then a few things. We need to make it clear that you even need those items. We need to make some system for using the items. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. Experience penalty. The game's supposed to be pretty casual and laid back. I don't want there to be a penalty for losing a battle like that. Also, there's no experience in the game. The way you level up your adventures is just by clicking a button, and that costs money. So I guess what we'd have to do is, yeah, make it so like, oh, you just can't use this adventurer for like 30 seconds. And that already sort of exists in the form of the regeneration system. Hey, Blue. Just pay someone to become smart. I mean, that's pretty much what schooling is, right? I guess there's some amount of work on your part too. Hey, go Deke. Thank you for the very long resub. A game I played, Battle Cats, has some missions on a timer. If you win, you get the reward. If you don't, you can't try until the next time the level opens. I think that sort of thing can be done separately from bosses. If bosses are going to be the gate for progression, because if you think about it right now, the way I'm kind of leaning toward is the boss reward is you can move on in the game and also some other things. But this means that it can't be probably on a big timer. But I like the general idea. I think there's a way of incorporating that. Although I think we should probably do it as sort of events, making a scrum board to sort everything out. Yeah, I think whenever I'm feeling overwhelmed by all the work, I think just grabbing onto the highest priority task and getting through that makes me feel a little bit better. Otherwise, I feel like there's a million things to do. Yeah, so okay, let's talk about how do you unlock regular instances? And it could be, I guess, beating the last instance, or I should keep saying prior instance, doing a quest, paying money, some combination of these things. Anything else we could do here? I mean, maybe we do have it such that you're paying money to go to the next place. I think this would do quite a lot of good for the game. We would get a money sink. We would give you a clear goal of like, okay, you're fighting in the forest getting potions, and you're like, potions give you 3 gold. Oh, well, why don't you pay 30 gold and you can unlock the dungeon? And now the dungeon is going to grant you things that give you, on average, like, I don't know, 8 gold per item. And then the next thing can be 500 gold away or something like that. I definitely like this idea. Yeah, I definitely like it. And then we stop you from getting to the boss, to getting to the past the boss until you've beaten the boss. So you know what? Let's just make a conclusion section so far, like what I'm leaning toward, and we'll put all of this up there. Your maximum adventure rank is tied to boss completion. There should be 7 bosses in the game. Each unlocks the next level, and the final one is the final boss. Yeah. You unlock instances by paying money, and boss instances require you to beat the boss. Yeah. Boss instances should probably have a skull next to them that indicates that bosses are special enemies that you need to figure out how to beat. All right, I really, really like a lot of these things. They make sense to me. I think we should write some rationale here. This makes the bosses easier to balance since we would know how much power you could generally have at the time. Ties in ranking up and money limits, yeah. The final boss is not a big snake with a hat. Yeah, I think the final boss actually probably should be a big snake. I don't know about the hat part, but you need to get an antidote. So maybe you get like a snake venom bottle. No, I guess you have to just find an antidote. Or maybe you synthesize it somehow. But anyway, it's got to be the end of the game is you get an antidote and you sell it. Yeah. So you unlock instances by paying money. Boss instances require you to beat the boss. 7 bosses in the game. Yeah, cool. Okay. So I think we've answered this. Bosses are for progression. So now can you refight bosses? Beating every boss, you get fireworks. There could be fireworks that play at the end of a boss battle or something. Unless you mean fireworks as an item or something like that. Because I don't think fireworks could be an item in the game. I think you could have a fanfare and a fireworks show when you beat one. How do you get to the boss fight? So I think we answered this. Let's maybe just dump these into the scratch section now. All right, can you fight them another time after you've beaten them? Yeah, fireworks show. Yeah. Okay, so I don't think we should stop you from fighting them again. It could be fun to see how much more powerful your party is getting. I like that idea. However, if the rewards from the boss are any good, then we may need to limit how often you can fight them. And they don't have to be good. I mean, right now, the way the game works is when you fight in this area, and we have the warehouse here, and I just click win battle, we got 2 potions worth 5 gold. It could be that if you beat the boss, you got 3 potions worth 5 gold. And it's just, yeah, sure, you can go fight the boss if you want to. You can play a bunch of battles there. So that's one way of doing it. Just don't have super rare items. And I guess it's pretty much, I think the sort of high level options are don't have rare slash powerful loot, or have rare slash powerful loot and limit how often you can go in. And I was gonna say I'm leaning toward the first, but now that I think about it, you probably as a player have some expectation that you might get better loot. But what if we did the rare and powerful loot? What if we did rare slash powerful loot through other means? So for example, maybe there's, I don't know what you'd call this person, but maybe there's a like a loot researcher NPC. There's probably a better name for that. But they had upgrades for like plus 5% chance to find rare loot, plus I don't know 10% chance to find or like valuable loot, and find like enchant fodder loot, so, something along those lines. And that way, yes, you beat the boss, and now, all right, cool, you can get this NPC, and then the NPC is what's letting all of the instances drop rare stuff. I don't totally know how I feel about that. Maybe it's like plus 5% chance to find valuable loot in the forest. Although that wouldn't probably be a good idea, because then you'd have to go back to a very old instance that you'd be able to just solo. I think the idea that fighting previous instances gives you some fragment or shard to go to the boss instance can help with that. Maybe you can only stockpile for 2 battles and it takes X time to farm each pile. Like a treasure hunting guild or something. Maybe you can only stockpile for 2 battles. Maybe, well, what I'm thinking is we have the warehouse, we have the vault. Your stockpiling could just be based on how many things you can hold. So you have a boss portal shard or something like that, and you can hold however many things you have right now, 10. You can hold 10 of them, or I mean, that's taking up your item selling stuff. So maybe you try out the boss instead. I think that could be interesting. You know, some people hate programming. I procrastinate anything that isn't programming. You know, part of that could just be it's kind of annoying to context switch sometimes. Like you're programming, you're programming, you're programming, then you get a task that isn't programming, and you're like, oh, now I need to switch mental models. So I think batching your work could potentially help with that. Like make it so that, oh, today's going to be a miscellaneous day where I only work on this extra stuff. Or maybe you hate it so much, this extra stuff, that you're like, I just have to do 1 hour per day of the extra stuff. Does each item stack? No, no items stack in the game. So if I were to grant just a bunch of items here, I've got 4 canes. There's no stacking. And part of the reason why is because the way you sell items is by just putting them into the item store. And now this thing can be sold. So they'll come over and buy it. So if you could stack like 5 of them, then it would mean that a customer would kind of have to buy 5, I guess. We could eventually do something like, maybe that's the simplest way of having crafting, is you just drag 2 items on top of each other and it turns them into a different item. Oh, that could be confusing. But yeah, so other ideas, I guess I'll write this down to process. Getting items to unlock bosses. I'm not leaning toward it because of a bunch of reasons. Let me just write my thoughts right now. Thoughts. would require you to know about the items. This would require a system of using the items. And this would require a system of getting rid of the items. You actually don't want them. Ended up planning testing days where I play until I get bored, then know what needs to change. I was going to say a lot of the tasks that you have that aren't programming tasks can still be important, and probably someone's looking for their completion. So I think it's still in your best interest to find a way to make them less tedious, or maybe get them off your plate entirely. Maybe there's some other person who can do this or job role entirely. What were we just answering before this? Oh yeah, should we have rare loot or should we not have rare loot? I don't like the idea of limiting how often you can fight a boss. I feel like we just don't have powerful loot for it. Also, something that might be kind of interesting is... Actually, it's not even limit how often you can go in. Limit how often you can win. So we could limit how often you go in, or we could increase the power of the boss each time. Actually, this is kind of interesting. This is sort of what Dark has been talking about, but with the expectation that you win the fight. What if bosses, like, you fight the ogre and they're level 1 at first, and now you win and ogre goes to level 2. And at some point, they become level 8 or 9 and you just can't win anymore with any party composition. That could be kind of interesting. Is there a way to increase the difficulty of battles, like upgrading the portal adds abilities to some enemies? There is no way to do that. I've been kind of opposed to that for a bunch of reasons, but the most basic one is this, that no matter where you have in the game, let's say these were like 400 different instances, let's say you could, tweak some modifiers over here and increase fire damage or something like that. At some point, you're going to find a combo that has some chance of winning, and at that point, you will do this. Wait for it. There. Okay. You'll do this where you just click auto battle. And if they won at least one time in the past, they're going to win again in the future. And if you just leave the game for long enough, they'll win 100 times. So because this is an automated game, I just feel like there's not a big reason to allow you to change the difficulty on a specific place. There is, okay, wait, there is, I want to alter that. There is a potential reason, which is if we only have so many instances. Let's say we only had 5 instances total in the game. Well, now we need some difficulty boost between instance number 1 and instance number 2. Because if you can't handle 2 yet, and if 1 is too easy and it's not farming fast enough, you make like an instance number 1 with difficulty mod A. And now you're getting slightly better rewards. That I could see. But the other way of solving this is just have different instances and they represent the different difficulties. And if we do make it so that you unlock the difficulties or unlock the instances by paying money, then we probably want more of them so that you're paying more money. I think it also generally makes balance easier. There is a problem with this stuff though, I think, which is, does the game feel too linear? Or not even too linear. Feel too like on rails. You would be unlocking the next instance when you have the money and then hoping that you can beat it. What are you doing in the meantime? Like, I can already sort of foresee that people are going to say, oh, the game has 7 adventure levels and whatever, 7 bosses. And yeah, I spent 5 to 10 hours and I beat it. And I'm like, where's the rest of the game? I think people would still hopefully have fun playing it. But given that a lot of entries in this genre are, hey, play it for 3 weeks and many hours every day, I think that could be maybe a player expectation challenge. There is one other aspect of this too, which is player expectation has sort of increased across the board with a lot of these things. Like there have been several people in chat who've already talked about modding, and I don't know how much people are going to expect this, but like we need a fun game first. And then once the game is fun, even then modding isn't just a given. So I wonder how many people are going to be like, "Cool, this was nice, but it feels incomplete," even though it is a complete game and it was designed to be this way. Yeah. I could see people being frustrated at the scope of the content, even if they had fun playing it all, just because other entries in the genre generally expand everything. Yeah. All right. So, kind of my conclusion here is more complexity without a major payoff. But I'll have to think about that some more. Monitor hats. Yeah. Not sure about the waifu characters, unless their waifu is a hat. All right, so the other thing was changing the difficulty of an instance. I think I would only be okay with this if there were only like 3 to 5 instances in the game, and each one represented too large a difficulty spike. But if you pay to unlock instances, then we want there to be many instances. Is modding in an idle game a thing? I have no idea, actually. Also, hi, Funky Monkey. I haven't played enough, and if I have played them, I probably haven't gotten to the point where I'm like, time to mod the game. The thing that I think about, like, okay, what do mods generally do? And if you were to put it into categories, I'd say there are some mods that are just let's put it as cosmetic. So they change appearances, they change whatever, maybe yeah, I mean appearances, yeah. Change appearances of skills, characters, etc. Then there are, I guess, the non-cosmetic ones, but within the functional mods, there are probably like difficulty mods. There are new features or systems. There's a change of maybe not just difficulty, but like difficulty slash well, difficulty mods, maybe like rate of progression mods. New features or systems. And what else? I'm trying to think of some other games I've played. Oh, maybe like totally different game modes. Malvar Idol. What do they do for that? Yeah. I wonder how they mod that game. Essential non-cheat mod. Oh yeah, yeah, I forgot about a whole thing. UI mods. That's very common. Mod.io. Combat simulator. This is impressive. They have a lot of downloads. This is an example of the kind of idle game I was talking about when I talked about just the crazy amount of hours that go into the game. I don't know if this is just a mistake, the way I'm even designing Skeleseller. It was like a 5 to 10 hour experience. It's supposed to be fun the whole time, as opposed to Melvor Idol, which sounds like it's, I don't know, many hundreds of hours, and probably there are times where you're just like, yeah, I'm just watching stuff happen, not necessarily having fun. Who knows? And yeah, I think I think there's some games where people sort of mod in the fun. You know, I was reading a review of Starbound and they said development stopped, so without mods, it's not as fun as it could be, but the modding community exists, and hey, the game is essentially an engine. Yeah. Okay. So notice because it's approaching my Rocket League time. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, and if she's having fun, I mean, great. Are there microtransactions? Is that how they're making their money? What are they? Web-based game. I thought it was. Oh, there must be microtransactions if it's a web-based game, right? I've been playing it for years with thousands of hours. It's massive. What is their monetization? This is not what I'm. Does not contain microtransactions? Wait, what? There's the web version. Was it not free then, I wonder? Hmm. Very interesting. I did not know about this. How much does it cost? $10. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Well, that probably doesn't bode well for me. I thought this was one of the sort of unique things about Skeleseller is that it was a one-time purchase sort of idle game. Although I'm sure this game is very different from what Skeleseller is, so I think there's also that. Yeah, DLC. Interesting. All right. Well, still, let's continue with the designing of this stuff. All right. So yeah, loot. Should you get rare loot from fighting a boss? Maybe only the first time. I guess that was another thing I didn't think of. You may only get rare loot the first time, and then all other times there's a normal loot table. The only issue here would be if you don't have space or don't even realize that you beat the boss. But I don't think that would happen often, and we could make it so that rare items stay on the ground. Completely different feeling. I love games I can actually finish. Yeah, yeah. I think it also plays into, has the game sort of changed enough? If you really like the core gameplay loop of something, then the game doesn't need to change exactly. But sometimes it's like a game is 40 hours long, and after 10 hours, you know the gameplay loop, and you're like, well, it was fun, but now it's not, and it's not changing. That's why I think Skeleseller, I think it would feel too samey, or we'd have to lean into the idle part of it much more. Ascension runs that can turn a short game into as many loops as you want. Yeah, yeah. We'd have to design a lot more, even if we do that. Like, yeah, we could have you replay the whole game, but what are you doing in the Ascension run? And it'd be like, well, you're working towards something that you then progress faster in the Ascension run, I guess. And we just don't have other skills or anything in the game. It's like the way the game is designed right now is when you do hit level 7, you've got access to all of your skills. And in your Ascension runs, you could say like you get an extra point in some of these things. But the game doesn't support that very well. I think we need to add more skills and maybe add more tiers to the skills. So you've got 5 rows instead of 3, or something else. Maybe you get a new adventure every time you ascend. Well, those are the kinds of things too where I feel like if we don't do that now, we're gonna balance the game for that not existing. But I don't like the idea of ascensions or something like that in Skeleseller. And I'm not sure how that whole 5 to 10 hours thing is going to be received. Maybe you need to add boss only skills. You mean skills that only affect bosses, let's say? Because that would be quite a lot of work for essentially 7 battles in the game. Yeah. Yeah. I don't like the idea of that. I think we should make it so that skills could do different things against bosses, but to make totally different skills that you, because by the way, one thing that may not be clear is you can respecialize at any time. So it wouldn't even punish you for like, okay, well, this is a farming character and the other one is a boss character. It's like you would just remove the skills and then put them in the boss skill points. Yeah. Ability to progress faster also had some more complex challenges to overcome. New enemy types are added that require builds to counter them. Yeah, yeah. I think I'm leaning more toward you would just keep building up your town. And I think actually that's pretty important for a game like this. I think seeing your town get larger and feeling like you've come a long way from the beginning, sort of in the way that the factory style games work, where it's like, oh, at the beginning I was just moving ore from here to here, but now I'm making hyper widgets using 14 different machines and transporting goods between them, and I don't know what you use hyper widgets for. I did my first battle. I'm too weak for the second one, so now I don't know what to train. No, wait, you said I don't know to train. Do you not know how, or do you not know what? Because not knowing how I can help you with, not knowing what, you should figure it out. Okay, so thinking about this more, I like the idea of you get a rare item the first time. And I also kind of liked this idea that the bosses just get stronger and stronger. So I'm not sure which one's better. So top two ideas for repeating bosses. One is only grant rare loot the first time. And two is make the boss automatically get stronger after you beat them. This doesn't really make sense in the game world, but ignore that part for now. I have 3 gold and nothing to buy. Yeah. You need more money, so try to figure out how to get more money. Okay, I think a game that ends has merit. Finish Node Buster with all achievements in 4.1 hours. Is that a paid game? Yes, $3. But they advertise it as a short game. Also, wow, this did very well. Yeah. Yeah, okay. This is good. Thank you for sharing this, because I was gonna say Melville Idol exists and it's like, well, you spend $10 and you play it over the course of thousands of hours. But I think Skeleseller can also exist and be a $10 game. Yeah. Just to make the boss remember that they've been beaten before and wants revenge. Yeah. Didn't realize the start battle was a button. You had to have pressed it the first time though in order to get your 3 gold, right? Because the game has you do that at the beginning. But anyway, I'm glad you found it. There's also a repeat battle button you could have clicked. All right, so which one of these sounds better to people? If you could repeat bosses, would you rather they just grant rare loot the first time but say stay the same strength, or that they just keep getting stronger and stronger every time you beat them? Because I like both of these ideas, and I am not necessarily partial to one over the other. I guess let me think about this myself. So, what should I say here? Like consequences of doing this. The player would need to know that the boss is getting stronger. What else? You couldn't really ever auto repeat these battles, since you would presumably not be able to ever win twice in a row. What about both? Well, you can't really have both, I guess, because if they're only granting rare items once, then why would they need to get stronger? Like, you're fighting a stronger boss for worse loot. I guess you could do that. I just don't really know why you would do that. For the challenge, even if you don't need to progress. Yeah. Hey, Broken Crown. Supreme Hey, Broken Crown. Only grant rare loot the first time, make the boss automatically get stronger. There's another thing. Yeah, they need to know that the boss is getting stronger, and they might be curious about why. Maybe this is maybe this is something that the player could choose to do. Okay, that could be how you would want both of these things, I guess. Need to allow you to progress too, because the game will probably cap after 4 bosses. What do you mean dark? I'm not totally sure I understand this. What? Why will it cap after 4 bosses? Because I was thinking we have like 7 bosses in the game, and you would never have to repeat a boss. Hey, 3D Extended. 3D Extended, I haven't updated the mentoring schedule, but I saw your message saying that you are okay with a different time. So I think I can just change this to 30th. Yeah. They drop different loot after the first time. I'd assume that the loot received is randomized, and I try to find it over and over. Yeah, either way, I think we need to explain something to the player. Need to make it clear to the player that you only get the rare loot once. But in terms of assuming the player knew everything, I wonder which system I would like better. Okay, cool, 3D Extended. You mean like you want them to get infinitely stronger? Basically, yes, but not exactly. So I was thinking the idea was you fight the ogre. Imagine they have a level. It's 1 to begin with. You win. The ogre becomes level 2. At some point, you literally cannot win anymore because the ogre is level whatever 9 and your max level is 7. I mean, maybe you can get them to 10, maybe you can get them to 15, but there's no way you'd get them to like 1,000,000 because you can't keep infinitely progressing yourself. Especially in the idle genre. Skeleseller is certainly unique enough. Yeah. Yeah. I think setting the expectations is going to be very important. And saying something like this game lasts for about 10 hours right there in the marketing is good if then the game does last people like 8 hours or 12 hours and they're not like, oh, I thought this was going to be the next thing I play for like a year. Okay, so sounds like people are leaning more toward this. The bosses get stronger. I was thinking their gimmicks don't change. And that way you have multiple challenges you can do. I kind of like that actually. Yeah. This could be a fun challenge that could keep players active. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool. I like it. So, bosses can drop rare loot, although they don't have to if we don't want them to. And then bosses should level up every time you beat them. Maybe we say, well, it wouldn't really make sense for all the bosses to want revenge. Maybe we say they trained and got stronger and want revenge. I don't have a story reason yet. We can come up with the story reason later. All right, so what have we got so far? Your max adventurer rank is tied to boss completion. So, e.g., you can only get to level 2 without having beaten the first boss. Then you can get to level 3. Yeah. You unlock instances by paying money. Rationale for that is we need a money sink, and this will make it clear how you progress in the game since you're the one triggering it. Boss instances require you to beat the boss rather than paying money to get the next instance. I kind of wrote this weirdly. I don't think we need to write this. I'll just write note, you can't pay your way past the boss instance. You need to beat the boss. Actually, wait a second. What if you didn't necessarily, but just you were naturally gated by the difficulty of the next instance? But then I guess it would mean that both the boss is hard and so is the next place. Yeah. A nemesis system? Do you mind describing what that is? Because I did not play any of the, I'm assuming it's a Lord of the Rings game. All right, there should be about 7 instances or 7 bosses in the game. The next, I guess, adventurer level / rank. Bosses can drop rare loot. Bosses should level up every time you beat them. Rationale. This adds a challenge to the game, which could add some active gameplay. gives us another progression track. Is level 2 even possible? I have 3 adventurers and lose every time. It is, yes. You will need to click the adventurers menu, and there's a very special button there that you will almost certainly need to click. Can cost more than your money limit. Yeah, it could, but what I was thinking is, what if you could just play it anyway? So basically, you have a track like this. There's the forest, and then the dungeon, and then the volcano, and this is a boss. And then after that is, I'm just going to make up a place, like caverns or something like that. And what if you could unlock all of those, but maybe the caverns are actually harder than the volcano? I'm not totally sure. I don't think this makes sense anyway, because if you're capped at your maximum level, it doesn't make sense for you to be able to unlock the next place, even if you could afford it. You won't be able to implement that system anyway. There's a patent on it. The goal is to have certain enemies and bosses level up and gain unique traits as they defeat heroes. Oh, interesting. And is this a single player game? It's a single player game. Okay. And then the last thing I have a question about is, can these things gaining powers kill heroes that aren't controlled by you? Or do they have to kill you? Because I was gonna say, if they just never beat you, then they never gain unique powers, right? But if they can kill other people, even if they're not controlled by players, then I guess they'd be gaining powers regardless. But then I guess they'd just be different bosses. Or maybe there's some like give and take, and they'll beat you every once in a while. But yeah, seems interesting. Background leveling system too, where enemies compete with each other. Yeah, let me in battle with them, remembering you from prior battles. Interesting. Yeah, that is cool. It kind of sucks that it's patented. I don't think it makes sense to do for this game anyway, so it's no, who cares for me, but yeah. Okay, so we have gotten a lot of clarity on this so far. What is the next question? So we've answered bosses are for progression, maybe also rare items. Maybe what we need to do is answer like, what do rare items do? And my immediate answer for this is probably like super cool enchants or very long enchants and selling for a lot. Yeah. And also note, maybe rare items immediately go to your vault if you have space instead of the warehouse. Yeah. I'm gonna just write this down because I think this is good. And the other question we have is, can you unlock rare items in a different way? And I think there should be some ways. Can you unlock rare items other than by fighting bosses? All right, so bosses, we've answered that question. Let's put this at the, whoops. Let's put this now at the bottom because I don't care about that just yet. All right, so next question, can you fight bosses another time? Yes, we've answered that completely. The game needs to somehow tell you that they've gotten stronger. Yeah. The game needs to somehow tell you that bosses get stronger each time. Maybe they could even add other gimmicks. Hey, Sinistella. They drop hats. Hats make your characters look cool. They allow you to charm the snake pet. So what does the instance unlocking UI look like? Yeah, I gotta think about that. All right, how does the user find out about boss mechanics? We pretty much already answered this. It was they just experiment. Answer, they just experiment. All right, boss instances, blah, blah, blah. So bosses. Bosses have special mechanics. unlike any other enemy in the game only tells you that special mechanics exist, but not what they are. The player has to figure them out. Come away with a number next to their skull or more skulls. Yeah, I like the idea. It could just be a number next to the skull, more skulls, or maybe a tooltip or something. Also, I think it'll be pretty obvious if you win and then all of a sudden now you can't win. And not only can you not win, but you get their life bar to only like 25% instead of 0%. You might be like, oh, they must have gotten stronger. But still, I think that should be explicit. All right, what is the first boss's mechanics? Honestly, this isn't very important. We don't need to answer this now. We've got a bunch of ideas. It could just be something like it always kills the first adventurer it attacks or something. I don't know. We figure that out. All right, what next? So what happens if you can't beat a boss? Yeah, this one's tough. This one's very tough. So bosses are what gate your progression, and adventurer unlock order is not deterministic. So it's possible that you don't have the exact party we expected you to have, and you can't gain more power. The only answer is the enchant system, and that may not be enough to offset the power difference. Be cool if you could spend money to buy and then care for a snake that gets bigger, and at the end is your source for the antidote. Giant snake in the barn. It'd be cool if you did that, but then the snake turns out to be the boss, and you kill the snake and get the antidote. But I don't think your character, like imagine if you get in a car accident in real life, a lot of people afterward don't want to get back into a car. So now imagine that you could come back from the dead and you died to a snake. You probably wouldn't want to touch snakes anymore. So I don't think you would want a snake pet. Well done. Now it'll be harder to beat this enemy again. Yeah. There could be a message like that in the game too. And I think the UI should probably tell you, because people will probably skip through that stuff or ignore it or forget. So this is kind of a problem. Yeah, if you can't beat a boss and you don't have the right party composition, you can't get the right party composition, I guess. Well, that could be one answer. So possible solutions: allow players to unlock every adventurer early on in the game. I don't really like that idea. Another idea is change the order of adventurer unlocks such that you will always have what we know to be winning options. Another is allow for decreasing the difficulty of the boss somehow, or allow for increasing the power of your adventurers somehow. That's it. Those are the only options we have based on what... Yeah, those are the only options we have, I think. Well, I guess we could also just violate the axiom we laid out, which was allow for ranking up adventurers anyway, but maybe it costs way more money. I don't like this idea. Maybe each time you win, it gets stronger, and each time you lose, it gets weaker. The only problem is you'd have to have some limit to how weak they get. So for example, imagine if they have 100% power, 100% HP, and 100% fortitude. So that, well, let's just say 100% of their stats. 100% stats. So this is the first time you fight them. And then you lose, and now they go to 99% of their stats. It's like, this should probably only go down to maybe 90% of their stats. And even then, what if you can't win? Like, what do we do? Hey, Karada. But that is another way we could do it. That's this allow for decreasing the difficulty of the boss somehow. Maybe this happens automatically when you lose enough. This is what a lot of Mario games do. newer Mario games. And it's kind of cool, I think, and I might be misremembering this, but I think there's a game where if you die, let's say 3 times on a level, that it starts you with a star, and now you're invincible for some amount of time. And it's like most players won't even ever see that mechanic because they're not going to die 3 times on a level. But the players who do see it are like, oh, thank goodness, the game is throwing me a bone here. Now, the thing is, I want you to struggle a little bit on the boss. That's the whole point of this is, okay, now you apply some of what you've learned and what you've seen and like what's the correct combination of stuff. But there does need to be a way if you got totally stuck for you to move on. So I don't think I want to change this too much, but this sounds like the best idea. So maybe your first choice is always rogue versus mage. Your next choice could always be, I'm just going to make things up, paladin versus witch doctor. And if you can't beat the boss, you have those 4 adventurers available for hire. So we know you can eventually win with some combination of those. Yeah. Also, there are games where you don't struggle at all, but they're still fun. Like Animal Crossing doesn't have any difficult choices, and there's nothing of great complexity in that game, but it's still fun. It's relaxing. Same thing with The Sims. Sims doesn't have anything terribly complex or terribly difficult. Also, I don't think they're necessarily kids games. Highlights your good abilities against the boss when you inspect their weaknesses. It could be, but if you don't have the adventurers that are sort of good against the boss, then it wouldn't help you, I suppose. Here's what I'm trying to say. Right now in the game, you have random adventurer options. So when you play, you might get the archer versus the paladin, and when I play, I might get the witch doctor versus the cleric. What I'm trying to say is, let's say I pick the cleric, and I don't really need a healer for this fight. Well, too bad. I didn't even get the archer as a choice. So I can't use the archer because I was never offered them. So I think we need to make it so that you are offered these classes at particular times. You underestimate the struggle of choosing the right neighbors. It's just based on how cute they are and what they say. That's it. I only want ducks in my neighborhood. I like this idea, change the order and then allow you to be able to get those. And actually this does something else that's kind of nice for us in the game. The other thing this would do is let us balance the classes a little bit amongst each other. Maybe we have... No. Because I don't want any adventure to be strictly stronger than another one. And I was going to say, some games, like the original Pokemon, I think, and I don't know how true this is, and hopefully there's no one in chat who knows a ton about Pokemon, but generally I think the Dragon Pokemon were stronger, but cost more experience to level. And like this idea has been done in a lot of games, but it's like, okay, there's a trade-off you understand as a player. I'll take a little bit longer to level this character up, but then they'll be better once they're there. I don't think that's a good move for Skeleseller. But I also don't like the idea of you being level 5 in the game and then you get a new adventurer and it's like, well, the cost to train them is so cheap that what do you care? Way to grind adventurer might be needed in general. Gives you tips on how to beat instances and bosses. Yeah, but that still requires that you have the tools to beat them. So I think we need to address this. Alternatively, there could be an NPC where you pay some amount of money to eventually trivialize the boss. Like spend 10% of your max money and it's like boss stats minus 10%. Spend 100% of your max money and it is boss stats minus 50%. So practically a guaranteed win. I don't think players like this mechanic. I know that no one in chat specifically suggested this mechanic, but I don't think people would like it. Yeah, I just keep coming back to this. We just curate your order of things you can get. But then we also need to change the amount of money it costs to unlock those adventurers. And maybe every boss you can hire a new adventurer afterward, but you need to be able to hire multiple, I guess. You can make the cost to train be global and not per adventurer, but then maybe you don't get new ones because it's too expensive to train them and they're weak. Yeah, or maybe you get kind of locked out of raising the adventurers you have because you're like, oh, I liked having a wide spread. What I think we need to do is something in the middle. So like your first adventurer, the levels cost 10, 50, 100, and so on. And then your second adventurer, we raise them a little bit, like 12, 60, 120, and so on. So it's not a crazy amount more. It's not an order of magnitude different. And probably since you have more adventurers. Yeah, anyway, I think we need to do that. But that'll be separate from this stuff. The thing that I'm thinking about with this is, oh wait, there's another solution here, which is make sure every combination of adventurers can win. This is very, very tough. Yeah. So what if we made it so that we curate your list of choices of adventurers? Well, this is what we need to do. Curate your list of choices for adventurers. So first choice is always going to be rogue versus mage. Second choice is always going to be whatever. I'm just going to make things up. Archer versus cleric. Third choice, ... And then we make it so that you can get enough money to hire all available adventurers. This guarantees that you'll have some winning combination at any boss battle. And that's it. I think that's the whole proposal. As long as the cost for rank X is below the money limit you have before the boss X, it's doable. Yeah. Yeah. And to hire / train, I guess. Yeah, / train. So what does this mean, though? This would mean that you would potentially need to hire / train double the number of adventurers of a regular player. It's not necessarily a problem. And this also means that there's less randomness in a run. It's not really a problem. Would a player ever feel like they don't want to unlock the money or obtain the money needed to beat the boss? Like, what happens if you do just have a losing party? You have the archer and the paladin, let's say, and the rogue, and you just can't beat the boss. And you're like, no, nothing I do is working. I can't get the right combination of skills. And the solution was, oh, go hire the last adventurer that you didn't have. Would you realize that? Would you know? I guess that's where we could probably hint at something in the game. And how does this work right now? The guild master is the one offering you classes. And where is their offer? Hire first adventure, pay to hire first adventure, pay to hire adventure. Okay. Pay to hire dialogue. Let me reload this so that I can actually go to definitions of things. Enable chaos order mode. Well, yeah, it would. We would have to make sure that you could win in chaos order mode. So you don't just get the cleric and the whatever, the witch doctor, and you're like, oh, I need just straight up DPS or a tank or something. Oh, adventurer swap, interesting. I hadn't thought of that. I didn't know the warrior had taunts, so a player has to learn by trial and error. Just gotta get good. Yeah, the abilities, I think it's probably a little less clear in the version you're playing because there aren't icons for skills, but if you hover over the names of skills, you can see what they do. And it says for taunt all enemies, forcing them to attack you for 3 seconds. And I know it says in the version you're playing, skills hover for information, but it's still not super obvious where you hover. So, yeah, I think that should hopefully be addressed by having this layout of the UI, which you don't have in the game right now. Yeah, I should write that down. Allow players unlock this or allow players to swap adventurers. Maybe you give up your warrior for a cleric. I don't think this would work well for the game, but it is a possibility I hadn't thought of. Not necessarily need to make it winnable. People do all kind of randomizers. Not all of them are beatable. Yeah, that's true. Or maybe if you've already beaten the game, we could have something where it's like you can spend money to get an enchant. Actually, that's another interesting way that wouldn't involve a different system necessarily. Maybe you can spend tons of money on powerful enchants. But if you lose the battle after that anyway, it'd be a long time before you try it again. Yeah. Oh, I mean before you buy them. Oh yeah, that's gonna change. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, the way that the descriptions work on these are not super clear. I just wanted there to be something, like it's mostly flavor text right now, but in the future, I think I will probably show you just what their abilities are. Then again, also the way we're just proposing changing this is that there's no way you can unlock characters in a way that's going to strand you in the game. But yeah, these descriptions are not as clear as they could be. Yeah, we'll definitely address that blue. Suggest the wandering merchant that sells cool items. Yeah. Yeah, but if that's our only mechanic for making boss fights easier, then we would need that merchant to always be available and for you to not have to like get up to max money, then fight and lose, get up to max money, fight and lose, get up to max money, and then finally win. It'd be pretty tedious. So I think just making sure you have the right adventurers, I think that's going to be the winning solution here. Can only see the skills from available adventurers right now. So some sort of adventurer's journal needed a plan toward a combination. Oh, some sort of adventurer's journal needed a plan toward a combination. I think I see what you're saying. Like you can tell what all the abilities are before you've gotten those adventurers. I I think this proposal should be good enough to get this all to function properly. I also think that beating a boss should maybe be what allows you to get a new adventurer added to the guild. Yeah. We need to their item functions. Yeah. We need to make it so that you can always win a boss fight using the tools available. No. I need to rephrase this. We need to make it so that you can always get the tools to win any given boss fight. So we curate your list of choices of adventurers so that you don't get stranded with like 4 tanks. And then we make it so you can get enough money to train and hire all available adventurers. Yeah. Can also be where you learn the boss gimmicks. Yeah. Yeah. Now there is one other aspect of this, which is like, what if you could just ignore the boss gimmicks? I guess if you can ignore them, that means they're not gimmicky enough. How many total adventures did you have in mind? Probably about 12. Currently I have 7. And yeah, target is like 12 to 13 maybe. I think that's a pretty good amount. Yeah, I do wonder about this. Because the other way we could do this is to make it so that you always get a choice within an archetype. So your first choice is always 2 damage dealers. Your second choice is always 2 tanks. Your third choice is always 2 healers. And then we make sure that each combination of tank, damage dealer, healer, or something like that could win. I don't know. I think I'd rather just do this. Yeah. It's certainly the easier route for balancing. If we know that you could at least get the adventurers that I had and that I won, then it means that you can get to the position I got to and also win. Okay, cool. So we've answered that. Next up, what is the next question? Does the game feel too on rails? This is a question to answer once we've actually made this. Does the game feel too on rails? This is a question I'm adding before seeing what bosses feel like. The way that we've designed this so far, going to unlock an instance, grind there for a bit for money, eventually get the boss instance, try to figure out how to win, then repeat that. New buildings will open up here and there, which should hopefully impact the gameplay. But is that enough? Lock half after the initial 4 to 5 bosses to get you from 4 initial to 12 to 13 for the last 2 sections. Automatically join the battle. Most useful ones toward that boss. If you win, I see. That's interesting, but the problem is that the whole point of bosses is figuring out the party composition and figuring out the skill allocation, because that's the only change you have in a fight. The only inputs to a battle are which adventurers, which skills, and which enchants. And that's it. There's no positioning, there's no choice within the battle after you start a battle. EJ, welcome back. Thanks for the resub. I'm not going to stop memeing in your Discord. Yeah, I want to take a second to process this message. Works out well that you unlock half, 1 or 2 after the initial 4 to 5 balls. Okay, no, I do not understand this. So I guess your first boss, you're going to have a total of 4 choices. So 4 max adventurers. And then your second boss, you'll have, I guess, have the 6 choices for 6 max. Third, yeah, okay, I see. Third will be 8, fourth will be 10, and then fifth will be that you could get all of them in the game at that point. Keeping it alive. Imagine if I just kept memeing and it became the most popular Discord in the world. That's my goal. I see. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. I like this idea. I like it. I think it can work. I think it'll solve a lot of these issues. Let's not go that far. Okay, let's make it the second most popular. Did I copy everything from here? You'd be unlocking the next instance. Scope of the content. Yeah, I don't want people to feel frustrated at the scope of the content. With bad marketing, I could see people saying something like, this game is too short, or it feels like development just stopped. So we should say things like, this game will last about 10 hours or something like that to indicate the breadth / scope. It doesn't matter if it's short, if it's a good price. I agree. It doesn't matter if it's short. It doesn't. It just matters that it's fun. But what also matters is your expectations. Like, imagine if you bought a Zelda game and it was one of the most fun games you played in the entire world, but it lasted for 2 hours. I think people would be up in arms about this because that's not what people expect out of Zelda. But this is an established game and everything. Still, when you go to Skeleseller on Steam or on Itch, the marketing should tell you roughly what to expect. And if it didn't, people might just see, oh, hey, it's sort of in the idle genre, so I'm going to be playing for 400 hours. So we need to make it clear that this is, it's like a game to play in a few sessions. Maybe that's how we market it. In fact, let me write that down in the marketing, publishing, launch a game, create a trailer. Did I write this in here? I don't know where to write this, but I need to make sure that it's somewhere. Set up a Steam page. Okay, we already did this. We didn't make a trailer yet. But I think the other thing that's important is the marketing of the game needs to make it clear that that Skeleseller can be completed in a few sessions. Don't want people to get the impression that it's some sprawling infinite game. It's a game that you play through and that's it. Yeah. All right, so change that. Can you unlock rare items other than by fighting bosses? And to be honest, I think this is just a separate system. This is separate enough from bosses that I don't really care. I don't see why you shouldn't be able to get rare items here and there. Yeah. Does the game have an end game scene? It will, yes. Right now it takes me an hour to finish the game. For a completely new player, I assume it'll be around 5 hours. Yeah, I'm not concerned about the minimum time it takes to complete it. Like, if you're a god gamer right from the get-go. If someone beats a game in an hour and they're like, oh, wow, they just did the perfect set of choices and they're like, this was not as fun as it could have been, then okay, yeah. But yeah, I think measuring how long it takes people to beat the game, I think will be pretty interesting. The other thing too is I might be targeting 5 to 10 hours, and most people might play it in such a way that it takes 15 to 20 hours, in which case I think that'd be fine. They're having fun. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So I don't necessarily care about this thing. Other thing to process, getting items to unlock bosses. Yeah, I'm not happy about this. Yeah. The items you're accumulating if you don't actually want them all. Really add some kind of a timer soon. Well, we'd have to add a timer and then some way of reporting that isn't just manual. Although I guess it could be manual for checkpoint number 4. I'm trying to think about this. I think having people yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think we do need some metrics, and we have something about this somewhere in here. Maybe it was stats. Stats. Surface game stats to the player. Add metrics. Does this have playtime in here? How long people play for? Yeah. It's not that this is even hard to do. It's basically just upload your save files to my mini PC and then have a way of going through them. The one thing that might be hard to do here is figure out what kind of, like, should you have to agree to this in the game? You probably should. You should probably just have a button saying, like, send anonymized data. What determines what classes are available? Does defeating a boss play into that? Right now, it's essentially random, but the proposal is that you will always be offered the same choices as everybody else, such that at that point in the game, we can assume you have all of the adventures that were offered to you. Otherwise, we're going to run into a problem. The reason we did this is because imagine there's a boss where whatever, like healing is negated. And now imagine that all you were offered were healers. Well, you can't beat the boss. You just your class is based around healing, and then the whole boss gimmick is it's negated. So what we need to do is we need to make sure that you will always have the tools available to beat the boss, the right tools to beat them. Yeah, we should probably have a button in the game or a checkbox or a dialogue that, yeah, that says something like, I consent to send anonymized play stats. Maybe dialogue can pop up after some objectives with that. It's controlled start, right? Many games plan the beginning of the game so that you have all the tools you need. Then they eventually let you be. The first choice is the only one that's currently controlled. It's always rogue or mage. And then whatever you don't choose will always be available from then on. So if I open the game right now, I have the rogue. So since I didn't choose the mage, now the next choice, hang on a second. I'm in kind of a cheating situation here, so let's do that and yeah. Okay, so I'm offered the paladin and the cleric. The next choice, since I chose cleric, is always going to have the paladin and then two others. And whichever I don't choose here will always be there again in the future. So at any given point, you're getting one new character introduced, or no, two new characters introduced. And the way we're going to change this is that instead of the two new characters being randomized, you would always have these choices in the game, no matter who you are, who you're playing, and who you chose already. So everyone would always, at this point, have chosen between rogue, mage, witch doctor, paladin, cleric, warrior. And they would never have seen the archer at this point. And then when you hire that character, you'll finally see the archer. Because otherwise, I don't think we can't easily make sure you can beat all the bosses. And even balancing those is going to be tough, but whatever, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it all out. Where'd that document go? We're almost done with this stuff. Yeah, so this I do not want. Changing difficulty of an instance. We essentially have this idea. And then this is the last question. What does instance unlocking UI look like? Oh yeah, there's one other thing I need to write. Your maximum adventurer rank is tied to boss completion, and probably how many, or your choice of new adventures is probably based on bosses as well. Probably make it so that you can only hire new adventurers after beating a boss. Or no, you only get new choices. So that you only get new choices of adventurers after beating a boss. Yeah, so maybe for the first boss, there is no real gimmick, and it's just, and you're expected to have the rogue and the mage. All right, so instance unlocking UI. I kind of want it to be something in town that unlocks different portals, maybe. Hey Shane, can we hope for a new itch upload? Yeah, in November. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know exactly when. I think so. My schedule changed a little bit. Maybe November 15th, which would be a little less than a month from now. And that would give you the things that you see in the game right now. So the new skill trees and the Enchanter's Den, where you can disenchant items to get buffs. And what boss monsters will probably have sound effects. It's gonna be a big checkpoint. We've got the title screen in the game now too. So there's a lot. Oh, nice. I hadn't actually looked at this. Yeah. Not quite the exclamation point yet. We'll get to that point once I put some more thought into it. Yeah, I kind of want it to be something in town that unlocks different portals, maybe. Let's see. So you've got the main portal here. And we got the enchanter that technically augments the portal, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, so there could just be something else maybe up here. Could we not have the same adventure type more than once? Can I build an all rogue team? No. So the reason why I don't want you to have multiple of the same is because there just aren't that many different skills. So it's like, what would be the difference between your two rogues? Probably not much. And then balance would be really, really tough because probably some characters, when stacked, are going to be too powerful. And it's just going to be hard to test every single combination. Again, we're aiming for something like about 13 adventurers. So we already have a ton because it's like 13. From there, choose what, either like 3 or 4 unique ones. But now imagine if we just said choose 3 or 4 and doesn't have to be unique. It's like, okay, well now now we run into some potential issues. My version, do you win when you get all the adventures? You win by beating, I think it's called Volcano 3, but there's no obvious indication that you've won. So if you can beat the final instance, then you've beaten the game. Game load if you duplicate adventures and save? Probably it loads, yeah. Maybe a building that displays boss trophies. I think that's kind of cool as a cosmetic thing. I don't think I'm probably gonna do that unless we got a lot of time, but I think we could write that down. Terraria had this idea. Well, not a specific building for it, but it had ways of getting boss trophies. In fact, you just automatically unlock them. I think it would be kind of funny if you could just drag it wherever you want, put it right in the middle of a path. Create game-breaking options, which is a thrill. I think you can still create game-breaking options, though, even with just the tools that are given to you in the game. When you have 12 or 13 adventurers, there are going to be some combos we just didn't plan on. And there are enough choices within this stuff. So it's like you might make a very tanky warrior, and then the mage is just going nuts casting spells, and the witch doctor has some interaction with this stuff maybe where, yeah, you're just stupidly powerful. And you discovered it and other people didn't, and I don't know. But yeah, duplicating adventurers, I think, would be a pretty core change to the gameplay. You need ways of having a way to hire multiple adventurers. You need to probably name them. You need to have a big enough differentiator, I think. I beat Forest 2, but can't figure out the next step. The next step is pretty much always gain more power, more skill points, and figure out good combinations of classes. So gain more power is, I guess, just level up and like spend skill points well. So these are always the next steps. In the version you're playing, the classes are not very well balanced for all scenarios. So for example, the cleric, when solo and low level, is like absolutely garbage. Cleric when solo and high level is overpowered. The warrior when solo is pretty much always garbage. But the warrior when in a team is great. Yeah. So it can make it a little bit tough because we don't have the final balance yet. All right, I definitely want it to be something in town. I think this makes the most sense. And then it can just modify this window just like how we have it right now. At least for now, it can do that. So what should it be that you're unlocking? So ideas, there could be signposts in the world that represent paths to something, and you build those. There could be an explorer NPC that just has a dialogue for unlocking instances. Could be a portal master NPC as portals to different locations, but they would just augment your portal. I like the idea of it being an NPC or a building or something like that. Yeah. Leaning toward an NPC or building. The problem if you had a bunch of portals somewhere is that your characters aren't going to those portals. But if you just literally have an NPC in a hut somewhere and they're like, oh yeah, now you can go to the volcano. Have fun. It's like that doesn't really make a lot of sense, I guess. What if you had... What if it just is the portal? Click the portal. I think the problem with that is that you might have a bunch of items on top of the portal, which would make it really hard to click because you just found a bunch of loot. Take this away. There we go. Yeah. Well, we can fix that by making it so that items just don't land on the portal. They start at the portal and they always land away from it. There could be some repulsion force from the portal itself. Yeah, I kind of like that idea. The portal already exists, and that's how you have to upgrade it by clicking it. Okay, I like the idea of just spending money at the portal itself. We would need to make sure items don't just land on it and cover it. Building with a simple map that shows the progression between instances and how they follow each other. Yeah, I like the idea of a world map. And what's the thing that does it? It's like Super Mario World, I guess. World map. So the actual worlds themselves all took place in the side-scrolling levels that people are used to from Mario games. But then they had this world map to connect everything. And there were other maps. There were caves and stuff you could go into. So something like this could be done, and you could see a tiny little overworld. We also even have some overworld graphics. Let me go find this really fast. Picture Super Retro World. Where is it? Overworld. Here it is. All right, now let me open this. We don't have graphics for a whole lot though, so I don't think this would really function all that well. Like we have the concept of a volcano and a marsh and all that other stuff. It's like this is mostly for towns and for typical like forest and mountains. And that's it. So yeah, I don't want to make a million graphics for that. Are there still quests? Could it be the quest unlock? The prompts could be in the quest dialogue. It could be quests, yeah. But I want it to be also that you have to pay money. So I think I'd rather just have it be that you pay money. It could also be lore cures out there somewhere that gets us through lands of specific bosses. Yeah, I think some more story nudging is probably a good idea. Although I think we can also add that later. Doesn't need to be complex, right? Just some big X that connects across a fictional world map. But the fictional world map, I'm saying we need graphics for that. That's the part that even if it doesn't need to be complex, it's like someone's got to spend the time making those. Unless you're saying we just make it look like woods and forest and there's just random X's. And even though it doesn't look like there's a volcano, we say that's the volcano. I think that would be a little bit tough. How long did it take to use that keyboard? Maybe about a month for typing English and maybe a couple of months, or maybe not a month for typing English, maybe like a week or two for typing English and maybe a couple months for coding. I've got a few videos on it. The only thing I don't like is when your team focuses random enemies because that changes everything. There are very limited abilities in the game that focus on certain enemies. So for example, the rogue's quick strike always targets the one with the lowest health. The cleric's heal always targets the one with the lowest health. But yeah, everyone else is random. Well, technically not the warrior. I guess the warrior has counterattack, which is only sort of random in that the enemy attacking you would have to pick the warrior. Sirloin. Nice of the snake. Yeah, we got to spend some time working on that. Hey, PX. All right, so I like the idea of clicking the portal. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. You unlock new instances by paying for them at the portal. We need to make it so that items don't cover the portal and get pushed away. And we probably need to add a connection from the start instance UI to open the portal unlocker. Or the instance unlocker, instance unlock UI. And that's everything, right? Yeah, we answered all the questions. Wow. All right, so let's look over everything and see if this makes sense. So if people weren't watching up until now or joined in the middle and are like, what did we settle on? Here's what we settled on. And I'll talk about what we have in the game right now too. So this is gonna be a massive context dump. So right now in the game, let's restart this. Oh, I could have just gone to the title screen. I gotta remember I can do that. Yeah, we can always start a new game that way. Anyway, right now in the game, anytime you hire an adventurer, you're given 2 random choices, except for the very first time, which is always rogue or mage. The problem with this is that you might get to a boss battle that you can't win because your random choices just did not lead to a winning party. So that was this. Yeah. So we're going to curate your list of choices. So you will always be given the same choices as everybody else. And you might choose different things amongst those choices, but at least we know that you could get a winning party. And we're going to make it so that you always have enough money to be able to hire those adventurers and train them. We might not even need to limit the maximum number of money you can get, but maybe we do. I don't know. Yeah, so that's that change. Next up, right now, you can level up your adventurers just by training them. So you spend 5 gold, they go up to level 2. You spend 100 gold, they go up to level 3. That is going to change so that you can only train them after having beaten a boss. So at first, well, maybe we allow you to get your first level without having beaten a boss. But then, yeah, we're gonna prevent you from going any further. So now I've beaten, let's say, 1 boss. I can go up to the next level. So I can be this level, and now I would have 2 skill points. So I can do something like this as my build. So the build is not very fleshed out because that's it. You're only rank 3. Next thing, you unlock instances by paying money. Right now, the way it works is you unlock instances by beating the previous one. So I beat the forest, and now I can go to the dungeon. And I go to the dungeon, and I beat that, and I can go to the volcano. In the future, it's going to be you click here, you spend 400 gold, and you've unlocked the dungeon. Then when you unlock the volcano, you might see a little skull next to it, and that's going to be the boss instance. And for beating that, you'll have to just, yeah, you have to beat it. When the next instance is a boss instance, make it clear that you have to beat the boss and that you can't pay money to skip it. All right, what else? Special mechanics, unlike any other in the game. Yeah. So bosses are going to have special gimmicks. Maybe you can only do 1 damage at a time to them. Maybe they negate healing. Maybe they kill every adventurer that they attack. That they're going to have something where it's like you're going to have to figure out how to beat them. There are going to be some small handful of bosses in the game, 7-ish. They can drop rare loot. They level up every time you beat them. And that's about it. Yeah. Okay, so that's it. Bosses designed. Now we should probably write some of this stuff into the design doc, and then we can start coding all of it. Let's put this here. Bosses. Yeah. All right, I'm just gonna copy paste all of this there for now, even though this doesn't all have to do with bosses. And let's paste this into here. Private document here, ask for it to be shared. All right, let's go convert all these to tasks and then get started. So boss, create special raid boss instance. I guess it's technically 329. Do I have anything else? Add boss monsters. This was it. Yeah. All right. This is where everything's going to go. Okay. So do this. Why didn't you want permadeath? Permadeath in a game where there are automated battles would be a nightmare. Okay. So limit the max rank of your adventurers based on how many bosses you've completed. Save this, save/load this information. I think we used to save your adventurer level. So we could look at that commit. Yep, cool. Yeah, skeleton never comes back. Make it so that you can click the portal to open up the instance unlock UI. How should that look? It should probably just be a table for now, like the start instance UI. You can unlock any instance that you have the money for, unless you need to beat a boss first. The boss instances should have skulls next to them. And then even in the start instance UI, show a skull next to a boss instance. The game should probably tell you somewhere that they get stronger. The game should tell you that the bosses get stronger when you beat them. Maybe we could show a level next to the skull, show more skulls, show different color skulls, etc. Should also tell you that bosses typically have special abilities or properties that you have to figure out. Okay, the end of all of this, we write rare loot. They're having a cooldown when you fight them. Be careful, as people getting rare items too often. Yeah. Work on rare loot next. Oh yeah, level up bosses every time you beat them. Level up bosses every time you beat them. Save/load this information. All right. Make it so you always get the tools to win. Change how you unlock adventurers. We should curate the choices and then rebalance the cost to unlock adventurers such that you can always afford the entire set of choices. And after beating a boss, Allow for new choices at the Guildmaster. Yeah. Balance the cost to unlock and train adventurers so that you can always afford the entire set of choices to be max rank. Max out the mage, cleric, warrior, and rogue. Send them to dominate the world. You having fun, Blue Blue? Are you enjoying the game? We should make it so you can only get... Yep, we did that. And then you unlock new instances by paying for it. Oh, yeah. So that's the last thing we need to do. Is make it so that items can't linger on top of the portal. Yeah. Now there was one more thing, right? Add a connection. Add a connection from the start instance UI to the unlocked instance UI. So it's clearer how you get there. There can just be a final row that says unlock more locations. Or maybe it's just a tooltip that tells you to unlock them at the portal. Hey, Chris. I love roguelikes. This isn't really a roguelike, I would say. Like, there's no restarting the game or sort of going through in a second session and keeping some progress. But I think I know what you mean. It's the combat, the progression. There's a lot of the stuff that's similar. And there is a rogue class. Okay, so have we captured everything now? Your maximum adventure rank is tied to boss completion. You unlock instances by paying money. So with a table, you can unlock any instance that you have the money for. Yeah, cool. All right, boss instances should have a skull next to them. Bosses have special mechanics. Player has to figure them out. Should be like 7 bosses in the game. Bosses can drop rare loot. Level up every time you beat them. Rare items we only briefly talked about. You can see you get the tools to win. Curate the list of adventurers. Make sure you have enough money to train them. Only get new choice after beating a boss. Yep, cool. Items don't cover the portal. Add a connection to that. And yeah, nice. All right. Update comment. So these are our tasks. We're not going to get this done today. Like, for sure not going to get this done today. I think this will probably be done on Wednesday or Friday of next week, maybe. I think just getting it done by Friday would be great, though. So let's go figure out where that tab just went. Where did I put that? Here. All right, bosses. Okay, so what should we work on first? And how much time do I have until lunch? It is 11 o'clock. Yeah, so I'll spend about maybe like 45 minutes. And we'll get started on this. Let's close all these tabs. Did that? Yeah, it worked. Okay. What should we start with? Max rank of adventurers. Might as well just go down the list, right? Okay, so we need the train button. Actually, first what we should probably figure out is what should your max rank start at? And the answer is either 1, 2, or 3. So if it's 1, then you can't train your adventurers at all at first. That's probably a bad idea. If it's 2, then you'll only have 1 skill point for the first boss. Not necessarily a bad thing. And if it's 3, then you're much closer to the max rank 7, not having faced even a single boss. Is there an actual boss fight now? Did that get implemented? No, 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 not yet. We have the graphics. This is the ogre. That's going to be the first boss. And we have the instance, but we don't actually have it in the game yet. But as far as the boss goes, we have all the systems. So really, a boss is just different data. If you look at this file, all enemy data, the only thing that makes a bat is the graphic. And then after that, we give it its abilities. So we could make different abilities. The ogre could stun characters, for example. I think that's pretty reasonable. And then we give them more power, more fortitude, more health, and that's that. And maybe we give them different abilities too. Like we could give them an ability like sudden death ability, where at 50% health, get 2x the strength all of a sudden. I don't know. We could do whatever. We can design the boss battles however we want. Can we do that first? Uh, no, I'm just gonna do them in the order I listed them because there's no real interdependency between them, and they all need to get done. And I think it'll be fun to add that. And I should probably start with the stuff that's not fun, so that I don't need to dip into my motivation pool just yet. So yeah, what should your max rank start at? I think no to 1 and probably no to 3 for both those reasons. So it should probably just be 2, which means you have to beat a boss to get to level 3. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So after 5 bosses, you are at the max rank. And then there are still 2 more bosses, I guess. Yeah. Imagine you do unfun tasks. Kevin's job description right now, for those who haven't seen in the credits. Kevin, development, unfun tasks only. All right, we're gonna start the max rank at 2. The max rank should start at 2 and show in the UI when you're at the max rank and indicate how you go beyond it. All right, let's first go find where is that commit that I did that saves the adventurer level. I think it was off of town, but town is unfortunately such a large file that gets modified all the time that it might not be easy to figure out where in the history this is. Well, maybe it is. If I just search for level. Yep, there it is. That was pretty easy. Okay, so what do we do? We saved. This isn't the town. Can you collapse this? Yeah. Here it is. We saved adventurer level. It was there. So we're gonna save at max adventurer level now. And then just store it in save data. I mean, this looks pretty easy. And whenever this goes up, we need to have a signal. When the max level increases, we need a signal for the skill tree at the very least. All right, let's get started. Was this needed by a bunch of different classes? It was public. Yeah, fine. All right, where do we have the other properties? Here. This will be called max adventurer level. We're going to start it at game constants dot max, or starting max adventurer level. And we have a max level here somewhere. There it is. It's going to start at 2. We'll write a comment for this saying the highest possible level you can ever get in the game. And the highest level you can get when you start a new game. Yeah. All right, so that's saved there. Now we need to use it in everything. There's a whole bunch of stuff we got to do. So we'll save it in town save data, because that's where the stuff used to exist to begin with, right? Town menu, I don't care about that. Where's town save data? There it is. Yeah, adventure level. All right. And what do we call it in the town? We're just going to use the same name, max adventure level. Sounds good. Sounds good. All right, next up, when you save this, you need to remember this level and then initialize adventures like that. Yeah. So save. Let's put it in the same order, which is third. And then when you load, we need to set the max adventure level. All right, so it's saved, it's loaded. It is not respected anywhere, and we don't have updates on this stuff. So the skill tree needs to know what this is, but it has a reference to the town. Yeah, and it has the train button somewhere. At max level. Oh man, I don't know what we should write for the UI here. Because the way this works right now, waiting for it to load. The way it works right now is it says rank 1 out of 7. Should it say rank 1 out of 2? Because your current max is 2? I guess so. Yeah, I think so. Hey, baby. Yeah, I think it should say 1 out of 2. All right, where does that even show? Rank. Right there. Whoops, where was that? Skill tree. Okay, so it's not game constant's max adventure level. It's going to be town dot max adventure level. And then maybe in the tooltip, well, where does the tooltip say right now? Your current rank. You increase an adventurer's rank. You increase an adventurer's rank. All right, stats automatically go up as your rank increases. You gain 1 skill point with each rank. And maybe we also say something like the maximum achievable rank is 7. Monday session is going to be interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah. I hope so. This is quite a lot for one tooltip. Stats automatically go up as your rank increases. You get, that's already set in the other button, isn't it? Increases their stats. Yeah, I'm not going to put that here then. And you gain 1 skill point. It's said right there too. Maximum achievable rank is 7. And to unlock higher ranks, what do we call bosses in the game? Probably shouldn't be called bosses, right? Big meanies? Yeah, big meanies. It would be kind of funny to do that. It's made it in the game. To unlock higher ranks, defeat special enemies sounds dumb. I support calling them big meanies. I'm not gonna call them big meanies. I do think it'd be funny. All right, let's ask chat. So for Skeleseller, I'm trying to come up with a name for boss enemies that isn't just bosses. Can you help me come up with some ideas? It says big meanies. I'm gonna lose my mind. Overlords, archfiends, dreadlords, nemesis, tyrants, warlords. How about elites? I think it's pretty good. Let's go with elites for now. Apex foes. Yeah, no, I like that. Defeat, and I'll capitalize it, I think. Defeat elite enemies. Yeah. All right, elite meanies. Yeah. Yeah, meet in the middle. That's only fair. Big elites. Yeah, champions I think would be the next thing that'd be worth it. But I like elite because elite doesn't indicate anything about their sort of nature. So imagine that there's a, group of snakes. They're not necessarily champions. Okay. This is a problem. This is a hard-coded constant. So what we should probably do is in the skill tree, change the tooltip here. Any thoughts on saying they can level up to level 6? In here, I don't want to do that, but I want to do that somewhere else. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. Sorry. You weren't even asking me. My bad. Ascendance. Oh, man. If we had still called this idle ascendance, I would definitely have done something like that. All right. Where's that tooltip? Skill tree. It's on the rank thing, right? Yeah. Tooltip on parent. Yeah. Let's just make this unique and call it the character level tooltip. And I'll just set this to this stuff inside skill tree. And here I'll just say this is set through code. Yeah. All right. Let's do that. So this is tooltip on parent. What's it called? Character level tooltip, I think it said. Character level tooltip, yeah. Character level tooltip. And I want to set it to this. Dot text equals. Cannot implicitly convert type yet. Oh, let's just say set tooltip on character level. This is all going to get moved somewhere else anyway, such that a function isn't really needed because we're going to use localization files eventually. But until then, hello, hello, AI. There we go. All right, let's try that out. Let's make sure that that change looks good. Rami, you were here when we came up with the ranks though, right? Yeah, I think you were. Then we need to use the constant there, but I just want to make sure this is looking good. No, it does not look good because there's a space there. Okay, so now can we also put a $sign here? At $sign and then say game constants. It looks like we can. Max adventurer level. There's no way to know that I don't have this duplicated in the scene file though still, but I think it'll be fine. We might up the level cap to 8. Okay, now let's just put some a bunch of A's there. I just want to make sure this is updating. I'm nearly positive we went into Godot and already changed it, but if we see a bunch of A's, then we know that it's fine. Yeah, perfect. At least that's an even number. I don't think 8 is better than 7 in this case. I think 10 is better than 7. I think 15, 20, pretty much anything higher than that that's a multiple of 5 is better than 7. Make it 7.3. You train and you get 0.3 of a level. Actually, I'm sure there are games that have a max level of 10 or 15 or 50 or 100 or anything like that. And I also, I know for sure there are games that have a max level of 99. And there's probably pretty much any even number after that, or like, you know, significant enough number. PSO had a max level of 200. But yeah, 7, I don't know if a game's ever done that. Maybe they have. Element, how's it going? Looks like you're having some Friday fun. Yeah, it's going pretty well. We designed bosses, and now we have a bunch of tasks we have to do. And I'm feeling pretty good about this so far. So the train button in the skill tree, now this needs to be disabled if you are at the maximum current level. So right now it just says at max level, which is this. This needs to be the town's max level. There we go. Yep, I mean, looks pretty good. Update level up adventurer button. Where is this called? This is called from when you select a character. Okay, so we need a signal from the town saying that the maximum level changed. Let's go do that. Where are the actions? There they are. On max level changed. All right, then the skill tree is going to listen to that from here. This is just going to say update selected character, I guess. How does this work? On character selected. And this modifies the train button. Yes, it does. Well, that's easy. Okay, then we just need to modify, what is this thing's unused? Yeah. Then we just need to modify setting the max level. This is a private set. It's strange. I'm getting a call from someone. I've never even seen this name before. Huh, no idea. Hang on one second. Okay. We're supposed to get a delivery, and I wonder if it's the delivery person calling me. But I mean, if it is, I'm not answering the phone right now, so hopefully they just tune into Twitch coding category. We don't have a way of doing this. There's just a private set here. We need to make this be backed by a different property. Private int max adventurer level. We could set that there. And then in here, change this to be max adventurer level and change this. This doesn't need to be called. To be invoke. What am I doing wrong? And why can I never figure this out? Use value. Oh, we don't need the semicolon when there's no initialization, of course. It's only one backspace away from not being a problem. Which one backspace? Oh, you mean select it all and then just delete it? Because I was gonna say if I change just a letter, I think I misinterpreted it. All right, this is looking pretty good. So let's invoke this. We don't have a way of doing this right now, so let's just go make a way of doing this. When you toggle the skill tree, how about when you press P, we do max adventurer level plus plus. This is not how this is going to be, obviously, but we're just going to test this. So you should start with a max level of 2. Yeah. So let's grant ourselves a bunch of money. We're going to train. Now it says we're at max level. And we're going to press P on the keyboard, and it went up to 3, and it enabled it again. Perfect. Now, it does not stop you from going beyond 7, but this should, I think. Yeah, already at the max level. Interesting. Okay, cool. We now have max level in the game, and we're saving and loading it, right? Show in the UI when you're max rank and indicate how to go beyond it. Yeah, all that's done. So now if we save, we're at max level. We're at 7 out of 26. So we're going to save, and we're going to load. And yeah, it says we're at 26. Nice. What we should do is go back to the title screen, start a new game, and save it when it's only something reasonable, like 4. And then have this one be at max, and have this one be at 2. Okay, so now we're going to save this and load this. And this says we're at max, and this says we're at 2. Perfect. Nice. Yeah, great. Perfect. That's all working. Check, 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 check. Limit adventurer max rank. There's no way to increase this yet. Oh, wait, there is one other thing we need to do, right? Yeah, it's not technically done. Set max adventurer level based on how many bosses you've defeated. Save which bosses you've defeated. This may not be needed because we already saved which instances are unlocked. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Good. Yep. Well, this looks pretty good. Nothing controversial here. There's no way to increase this yet, but it will eventually be controlled by how many bosses you've defeated. Now, the question is, before I do this, should I make a new branch? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. No, I should. I should. All right, make new branch. Let's just get branch dash B or something, right? What heck if I ever pay attention to this? Yeah, get checkout dash B. Bosses. All right. I feel like spending hours deciding on what someone else should wear. You could just make characters that don't have clothing, like cubes and stuff, spaceships. Get switch dash C is better than, I didn't even use switch, so I used checkout dash B, which still is fine, I suppose. All right, so commit that. Now let's write this down before we forget, which is going to be close the task and merge my branch. Excuse me. Oh man. Not for Banjo-Kazooie, it isn't. Look at these characters. Banjo's got shorts and a backpack. Well, I guess he needs a backpack, or else how is he going to hold Kazooie? Why is this yellow? Oh. All right, that's done. That's done. Next up, make it so you can click the portal to open up the instance unlock UI. Should probably just be a table for now, like the start instance UI. You can unlock any instance that you have. What time is it? I think making the UI thing is going to take a little bit longer. Or maybe I should just take a break right before that. You know what? Let's do that. I will be right back. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hey everybody, close the game. Hope you all had fun. Oh, I'm chilly. But you know what? I have the perfect solution for that. A Skeleseller hoodie. Wow. Sellout. Skelesellout. All right, so instance unlock UI. Probably just be a table now. So yeah, the simplest way of doing it is saying something like dungeon unlock. Actually, I guess you could only ever unlock the next instance, right? There's no choice. It doesn't make sense to have a choice, I suppose. So maybe we just have a... Yeah, maybe we just have it always show you the next one. Unlock the dungeon. Maybe it's just a dialogue. 50G, maybe later. Flavor text. And then there'd be one other state, which is no new locations to unlock. You have to defeat the elite in the current location to unlock the next one. Yeah. You better check the itch.io homepage. Let me see. Wow, neat. Latest featured games. It's all Skeleseller. Did you do this just for my account? Oh man. Oh man, you actually did? Or I mean, oh, you might have done it for my IP address, I guess. You have it too. Wait, this is ridiculous. I have to take a picture of this. You should really revert this though. This is costing you a bunch of money. This is why I have so many notifications. No. Oh boy. Yeah, what did you do? Also, wait a second. This is just blank. You even overtook your main thing. Wow. Yeah. Be a shame if I were to unlist the game now, wouldn't it? Break your whole website. I wonder if this is like drastically impacting analytics. How'd you do that? Leaf is the creator of Itch. Leaf can do whatever he wants. Is this today? I guess this is today. 45 views. Yeah. Oh man. Anyway, that is very funny. Does clicking this go to... Yeah, it does. Yeah. So Leaf, how long are you gonna hamstring yourself by doing that? Also, I suppose a thank you is in order. Thank you, Leaf. Yeah, when the game is actually launched, that would be fantastic. Oh, cool. Thank you, Kevin, for gifting a sub. Now Leaf can be a subscriber. Huh, wonder why he wasn't already. All right, yeah. I'm gonna get back to the task here at hand. I'm not gonna spend too long because we're close to lunchtime. It's 11:30, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish this. But yeah, I do think this is gonna be kind of nice to just make this into a dialogue. I'm glad we planned this a little bit. Yeah, see text below the task list. So instance unlock UI. I lost the keys to the deploy server. Can you imagine how bad that would be? So if you have an an instance you can unlock. Then it would say unlock the dungeon, flavor text. Cool. And if you don't, oh, Coding Garden, hey, good to see you. We are the Coding Garden Raiders. Hi, everybody. How's it going? I don't think I've seen you in a while. We've been working on Skeleseller for the last like 5 months or so. Keep it like this for a month. You know how bad that would be? And I'll show you the game in just 1 second. I hope you're doing well, though. If you don't, then we can show this. Yeah. All right. Yeah, so this is Skeleseller. Figure out how to launch the game. Got to read and run. All right, yeah, take care, Coding Garden. And hope you're doing well. Hope you have a good one. Thank you again for the raid. For anyone who's curious what I'm working on here, I'm mostly doing game development. I also do some mentoring and some interviews from time to time. But in this game, you are a character who died and became a skeleton and started a town. That's not the full story, but that's all you really need to know. And it's very laid back, casual. You're just kind of watching things happen most of the time, making kind of high level decisions. So your characters are just walking around town. You can send adventurers into battle. So this rogue I've just sent into this portal here, and they just automatically do battle. That is broken. I don't know why that's broken. The flee battle button doesn't have an icon. Okay, let me just write that down for now. Flee doesn't have its icon. How would I have even broken that? Anyway, when you win the battle, you get items from battle, like you might expect, and you sell them in your town, in your shops. So once this item is on display, customers can come over and buy it. And then with the item, with the sales, the proceeds, you can build other stuff. You can upgrade your adventurers. There are skill trees for these. You can hire new adventurers. So there, you'll eventually get up to, I think, 12 or so in the game. Task successfully completed. How did he die? He died from poison. So fought a snake in the forest and died. And the town that they went to first did not have an antidote, which is why you started your own town. But yeah, this game is playable now. If you go to the venerable website itch.io, all games are Skeleseller, so you can just click any of these links and download it. And yeah, you can try it out. What snake? Just a random snake. Just a typical RPG trope. The game is in alpha, and actually even what you saw here, it's an older version that's published, so there are no skill trees yet. They're just the little 4 choices you have. The enchanter's not in the game, but you can get an idea for whether you like it or not. It's free to play for right now. It'll eventually be paid. So yeah, what we're working on now is a lot of the boss stuff that I've been working on, and we're about to add in this new dialogue that lets you unlock new instances. So we got to make it so that you don't automatically unlock them and that you see something like this. So how do you unlock them now? Where is that? Start instance might have it. I'm gonna have to change where this stuff saves too. On unlocked. Okay, where's this get called? Oh, the instance list knows about it? It's real. Yeah, it's real. I'm telling you, it's a bad decision. Leaf is gonna lose a bunch of money. Oh man. All right, where do we say that you've unlocked a new one? Oh, a battle is 1. I'm pretty sure that's where this happens. I just don't recall exactly where. Start instance has this on chose. Mark instance defeated. Here it is. Ended battle. Okay, so start instance has an instance list and listens for town.ended battle. The instance list, I think, is what's tracking which ones you've completed. Does it have a load function? It does. Defeated instance IDs, is it? Yeah. The instance list itself keeps track of which instances you've unlocked. Finally, you like that for a month? Man, if I just launched a game and I went to itch and I'm like, oh, I wonder if I'm on the up and coming games. And I was like, what is going on here? I would probably be mad. View more at least links to the right stuff. And latest featured games, yeah. Get the game. It's your lucky day, my friend. I like the comments. So funny. Leave, how long are you gonna leave it like that? All right, so we gotta change this. Click the portal, open up this. Should be a table for now. It should just be a dialogue for now. Even this, show a skull next to the boss instance. I guess we should probably do that. Yeah, the flavor text can say this houses the elite of whatever. Flavor text. This should mention whether there are regular enemies or an elite. Actually, maybe there shouldn't be flavor text. I'm not even sure. Until someone complains. Are you checking for complaints? Because I imagine it won't take very long. All right, let's add a click listener for the portal. And we got to get items to go away from it. This part is going to be a little hard because right now we have the fence around here. I think we need to make this just a more open area. So we probably need to change the tile map. I guess we could at the very least. Actually, when does collision stop on these? Item, collision. Is it just after some amount of time? Turn off collision. Where's this called? Warehouse item converter. I don't think this is called until they're picked up. Yeah. That means that it'll have collision as long as it's on the ground. There wasn't really a reason for that. Can we make the portal repel the items though? I want to figure out how we're going to do that. They're created. We'll go to ground item. And they're given some kind of vector, random vector. This shoots it off in a random direction. Yeah, apply central impulse. Okay, so what we could do is we could have the portal apply an impulse to all the items on the ground that are too close to it. So we need a collision area for the portal itself, which I guess could be the clickable area. So that when you're zoomed out, it's got a slightly larger area. All right, let's go do that. We're gonna actually give the portal a script. That is pretty crazy. We don't even have this. Where might the portal be? There it is. And where are you in the world? Right there. Okay, so we're going to export this as its own scene. Save as scene. Scenes, town, portal. Okay. And then inside the scene, we can go modify a bunch of these things. All right, so let's add in area 2D. What do we need to detect here? We need to detect when it collides with an item and when you click it. Should those be two different areas? I don't actually have an answer for that right now. Then a collision shape. Maybe able to add a collision shape so it pushes it. Oh, you're saying just make it a static body and it might just push things already? Am I running on 4.3? I think I'm on a dev version that's higher than that. No, we are actually on stable. Yeah, 4.3. Yeah, maybe we can do that. Let's put a static body 2D on this thing. When you do some bug fixes and tasks, no feature development, is that software engineering or advanced tech support? I think it's still software engineering. I don't think terminology typically really matters other than to get people on the same page. So if you consider it to be software engineering and enough other people do, then yeah, you can call it software engineering. If you're, I don't know, cleaning your desk, I don't think you can call that software engineering. Wouldn't it push the adventurers as well? It probably would. Yes, you're right, I think. Yeah. We need to call collide and slide in the end physics process. I was thinking of just applying an impulse if they're too close. Purchasing extra portals, you can place them next to the shop and update the character logic to put an item up for sale. And go to that nearby portal as one example. For sale instead of dropping anything, go to that portal. I don't know if we've got that as an idea. Let's go find out. Adventurers might not have a collision shape, but they do need to enter the portal. They do, yes. They have a collision shape so that they don't walk out of bounds. So yeah, they would collide with the portal if I did that. Although we could put them on a different collision layer, which I only just thought of. Yeah. Yeah. We could do that, I think. So what would help to improve and not stagnate, like doing your own projects or something else? Look, in general, the way to not stagnate is to practice and to learn. And how you learn could be through practice. Probably you'll hit a point where learning involves doing something totally different, though. Maybe you're purposely seeking out new technologies. That's not what I meant to type. Maybe you're purposely seeking out new technologies. Maybe you're trying different projects. Maybe you're trying different techniques or design patterns or something. But yeah, in general, I think it's practice. And importantly, I think it's keeping an eye on where you feel like you struggle or where you need practice. So for example, maybe you've done sort of basic coding logic before, and you've never done something graphical. Maybe you've never done something with networking or AI or some other thing, databases, cloud, any realm of software engineering. You might never want to do those things, in which case that's totally fine. Maybe you are just not a front-end engineer. Maybe you don't like game dev. Okay, cool. You don't really need to know how to do this stuff. But I think everything you learn will help you with pretty much everything else, even if it's not directly related. Part of the process. I throw HTML around, feels less engineering. Yeah, I think I stopped kind of caring as much about strict use of terminology for really anything a while ago when I realized like languages adapt and words start meaning different things. Some words become almost useless, like inflammable. Yeah, a different collision layer I think should be good. Let's try that out. Let's put a static body 2D and underneath this a collision shape. And make this a rectangle. Or maybe a circle. But let's start with a rectangle. All right, and then delete this for now. And give this a certain collision mask. So every time I do this, I need to look up how this works. Okay. Collision mask. A contact is detected if object A is in any of the layers that object B scans, or object B is in any of the layers that object A scans. Yeah. So we want items to collide with the world and with this portal. So what are items in? This is the collision shape. Wait, what is a collision shape doing here? This does nothing, right? What is that doing there? Yeah, this doesn't do anything as far as I know. Huh. What? Huh. It's got a layer of 1 though, so it can collide with the world. So I think this is completely pointless. I think we can delete it. The collision we need is just this. Can items have both collision shapes, one for world and one for portal? Yeah, they could. Yeah, that's another way of doing this. By virtue of being a character 2D, they just work, right? Well, so I think the way we move customers is with move and slide in the navigation system. Move and slide, yeah. But that's not by virtue of being a character 2D or character body that just works. Because the way that navigation works itself is it will pick a path to a target and does not consider how large the thing moving is. It's just an infinitesimally small point. So that's why we need the collision shape so that characters don't just go walking into walls and stuff. I actually don't really like how that all works, but it is at least working for now. You now have a warning in the node hierarchy. Oh, because the item itself is a, okay, yeah. The item itself is the rigid body. Okay, yeah. Okay, so it turns out we need that. which makes sense. Let's revert the scene. Yeah, good. And the item then has collision, right? Yes. So it has a layer mask of 1, which means that the world environment must have that as well. Physics. I don't know where this even shows up. It says collision enabled, but how does it know what layer or mask I want? I wonder if the tile set has it. I don't remember a lot of this, and this changed with tile map layers, I think, as well. Maybe it is just coded right into the individual sprites, so that if we click this and this, did we get the nav tile selected? I think it's in the tile set. Why can't I select this? There we go. Physics layer. Oh boy, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what makes this, what puts this into a particular, it says physics layer 0, maybe that's it. Or maybe there's some other way to control this. Yeah, I don't recall. Navigation layer 0. Where these layers used to correspond to something over here in the inspector, but that was back when they were tile maps. Now they're tile map layers. I don't know if they do, and I don't see anything else for this other than, oh, here it is. Collision layer and collision mask. Okay, yeah. So it still corresponds to something in the inspector. I was just expanding everything other than the right thing. All right, so 1 and 1. That means that the items are going to collide with them. For the portal to collide with them as well, we would need to set this to something that the players do not collide with. These just have a mask on 1. All right, so let's put this to layer 2. And let's make items also have a mask on layer 2. And that should be all we need to do, I think. I'm not positive. I'm also not sure if it's going to like fling the item with such force that it's going to fly around the map. Well, let's just start with that and see what happens. So let's close this. All right, so we're going to click grant items, and I'm not sure what's going to happen here. Okay, nice. Yeah. So this did kind of work how I want. I just don't think we can have the portal be right next to a fence now. But now there's no way that you can cover the portal. Yeah, adding bosses. Yeah, it does look kind of, yeah, it looks kind of bad now. Another warning in the portal scene because of this. Yeah, I didn't delete this. Well, actually, I shouldn't have deleted that. I want this to be there. This will be called clickable area. And this might be slightly larger, but maybe not. Maybe we just use the static body. Does this have a mouse entered? Is there money in the game? There's gold in the game, if that's what you mean. Are there microtransactions? No. But there is a currency in the game. Does this have a... mouse entered and exited? Yeah, it does. Okay, so I don't think we need this. Maybe make them shoot all right. I still think we probably just need more space around here because there's another problem. Even if they shot to the right, they'd all land here, and then picking up the specific item, like let's say I want that fire sword, it's really hard to grab particular items. So I think we just need this to be an open area. When's the next playtest? Probably in about a month. Yeah. And thanks, Crows. Yeah, I think we got to open this. Oh, man. Or delete these trees and just put the portal here. That might not be bad. I think I'm going to do that for right now. Test in a real scenario because the debug gives too much. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, let's create a specific instance here. I guess grant all of these. I need to figure out why the flee button is broken. figure out why the flea icon is broken. The cancel auto battle one may also be broken. Okay, so grant most things and go to the final instance and win it. I mean, I think it's still going to look pretty constrained because... What? Oh, yeah, I have a warehouse. Right. So there's no... Right, let's auto battle there. And win. And auto battle. Yeah. They'll still stack up and everything. I'm going to move the portal over here a little bit and delete these trees. Or maybe move the portal just a little bit to the right and delete some of that. But yeah, I think we got to do something there. Okay, so nav layer. If there are enough items, they'll always stack. Yeah, they will. Yeah. Although we could have them slowly separate from one another. What are we working on at the moment? Changing it so that the portal is clickable so that you can use it to unlock new instances. And in order to make it clickable, we need to make sure items don't stack on top of it. So we've now made it so that there's always a clickable space. And no matter how many items you have, you'll always be able to click this. But I want to now move the portal. If you make it more open, you can also grow the portal's collision shape. Yeah, that's true. In fact, we should probably do that now before I forget. There. Okay. So I want to get rid of this. And then a lot of these ones. Why is this even filled in? I wonder what I'm deleting. It's back to the normal one. Where you're refreshing the page. Yeah, I think it was a fun idea and very cool, but I would feel really bad if it stayed that way for a while. Did we get a lot more comments? Let's look at the analytics. Yep. Jumped up to several hundred views and got 2 more follows. Neat. Wrong layer. I was just going to modify all of the layers until we deleted everything. Wait, one. Looks like nothing's in here. There we go. Okay. Now we want to find the layer with the terrain and use that. Terrains. Sand, grass. Is this right? Yeah, this is right. Okay, so let's open this up a bit. And I think that's pretty good. Yeah, it's good for now at least. All right, then let's get the nav stuff back and put that here. Why did that not work? Because I don't have that set correctly. And then we'll move the portal. Town. Where's the portal? Portal. Where are you? There you are. Oh, I forgot about the trees. Oh, man. There are descriptions. Yeah. Wait. Maybe I'm misinterpreting that. Let me see. Because I thought what you were talking about is for the terrains, which maybe you're not. But yeah, let's go into this and change this around. So move the portal to there. And then delete some of these other things we have. What are those navs? The navs are invisible collision tiles so that characters only stay on the paths. I don't think you can do it the other way around. I don't think you can say what's walkable. I think you need to say what's not walkable. Yeah. Although maybe you can. All right, so trees, lamps. We want to delete this. Why again am I not deleting this? Oh, because I'm on terrains. All right. Actually, those trees can stay there. This tree needs to go away. All right, that should be good. So let's try this out. Yeah, so now if I grant items, they look weird when they're coming out of this thing. Man, put a bunch of characters in the game and unlock everything and then grant most things. Yeah, I don't think we can do things this way. I'm gonna add a bunch of customers. I do like that it's spreading the loot around though. I think that's pretty nice. Maybe a light post in an empty space to the right side of the portal. This one? Yeah, I think we could do a little more with that. All I'm looking at right now is how the items are getting shot out. Yeah, I think the portal should just apply some impulse and not necessarily be a collision object. Although maybe we can control that a bit. So that when items are overlapping, we do something a little bit different. Shape disabled. Angular velocity. Priority. Spawning them in the middle. Maybe spawn them a couple units to the direction they're being shot at. I think we can do that. There's something about setting the position of rigid bodies that I think you're not supposed to do, but I don't remember. Can't each item have a push ability? Well, there are lots of ways we could do this. So one is just what you saw there. We put a collision shape on this and items can't naturally rest on it. The other way is we handle the collision ourselves and we push items away from the portal. And lots of other kinds of ways too. So yeah, what we're doing here is we have a random vector and we're starting it in a random position. We could start it farther in that position, I guess. Although we want to be away from the portal. I think I just want to make the portal push the items. I don't know if that's bad. Also, is there a way to do that kind of built in? Godot make static body repel other bodies. Godot physics repel bodies. I don't know if this is Bing being bad. May make repel collisions. Oh, I guess we could just detect that there's contact between these and then have them push away from their centers. That would be pretty easy. Okay, let's just do that. I didn't think of how simple this would be. So instead of being a static body, we'll change this to an area 2D. Yeah. And now when there's a collision, so we'll make a portal script. Actually, this does have like a body shape entered, right? Yeah. Yeah, should be fine. All right, attach a script. Scenes, town, portal, sounds good. All right, so in ready, we want to do, what's this thing called? Body shape entered. Emitted when a shape 2D of the received body enters a shape of this body. It can be a physics body 2D or a tile map. Okay, I think it should be good. And what is body entered? Emitted when the received body enters this area. Body can be a physics body 2D or a tile map. Whereas monitoring to be set to true? It's already on. I was just thinking about this morning. Area entered and area shape entered. Okay, I'm not totally sure which one of these I want. But we get a node 2D, and so let's try this one. Body entered. This is an animated sprite. I guess it's the static body we want. Access is unique name. And this is also just an area. So this is area 2D. Okay, what are we getting here? We are getting private area 2D equals null. Did I make a get node or something? No, I don't think I did. All right, well, it's an area 2D, and it's that thing that I want this on. And then I want to get the center of the portal, which I guess is getting the center of its sprite, and it's an animated sprite 2D, so that should be fine. So to do get center of portal, get center of body, and then push body by vector difference. All right, so how do we get the center of the portal? How do we get the center of anything? It should actually just be the position of the sprite because it's already anchored to the center, right? Yep. And then the center of the body, I guess, should be the same way because items are also anchored to the center. Yep. So we're going to say vector to direction to body equals, and it should actually know what to do. Perfect. And then push that body by that amount. So I'm just going to hard cast this right now. Rigid body 2D. Body. Dot apply impulse. And we multiply by 1,000 here. What do we do for this one? Multiply by 2 to 350. Okay, we want to push it a little bit. Yeah. All right, what else is there for? It's apply central impulse. What's the difference? There probably is no other one. Applies a directional impulse without affecting rotation. Yeah, that's what I want. All right. And that's on rigid body 2D, yeah. Okay, so get rid of this namespace game.scenes.town. Oh, this shouldn't be in a scene folder, right? Where is this? Yeah, whoops. Drat. I gotta put this somewhere else. Why is this not navigating to a different thing? All right, whatever. Game, we put this into assets, no, source. And then scene scripts. Oh my God, it's so hard to use. Should just go to the command line. There. All right, so Portal LTS, this is now in game source scene scripts. And this needs to change now. Detach. Portal. All right, and what's the problem with this? I don't actually see a problem. Just run rebuild. I should almost certainly see what's wrong with this, and I don't. Huh. Let me try something else here. Okay, I don't know. Whatever. Oh, I'm casting wrong, right? Of course. I wasn't putting parentheses around the rigid body 2D. That's probably what Chad is saying. I figured it out on my own. So the only problem is this only happened when it enters the area. So if it wasn't enough to push it the first time, then it won't push it at all. Actually, let's just put a breakpoint here. Does it not know that I didn't actually change this? It does. All right, grant item. Yeah, none of these are actually causing this to enter. I wonder why. When the received body enters this area, it can be a Godot physics body or a tile map. Hmm. I'm not sure what I should be using for this. What am I missing? Huh. Sent a two-liner fixing the instance icons for whenever you get to that item you're to do. Oh, cool. What was wrong? Was it the imports? Oh. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm not even sure this is being hit though. So let's put a breakpoint here and let's just start this again. Turn to title, new game. Yeah, so this is definitely getting hit. That's fine. So the portal is getting set up with the right script and it's getting this on body entered and just no body is ever entering this apparently. Oh, did I set the wrong? Oh, when I made it a different type, it might have deleted the collision. No, it didn't. I don't see the problem. Maybe it's because it's not entering, it's just appearing there. Two day spells. Godot, area 2D, body entered. Yeah, sure, not working. I want to see what people say. Body's on a different collision layer. Signal's not connected yet. The bullow's on a different layer. Well, we could try some other things here. We could put the item on collision layer 2, and then the portal will mask with layer 2. Maybe that'll work. And then we can just figure out what we actually need to do here. Oh, nice. That did work. Okay, cool. Now let's see if it's working the way I expect visually. Interesting. It certainly flung the items very far. Let's speed this up so they disappear and then see what it looks like. Okay, that's a problem. And also something I had not considered. And also the collision doesn't ever go away. Yeah, the items are now colliding with each other. That's the problem. Because I put them on the same layer that they're masking. So I think I need to get rid of the mask for that. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Although items pushing items is pretty interesting for making them not stack on top of each other. All right, I want to speed that up and then create items. This is getting hit and we have a direction here. And then this body is true and we apply this. So we're bumping something by 50 pixels or 50 in world units, I guess. I want to make these disappear super fast. Where's the disappear time? I guess it's a ground item thing. Max items allowed on ground 50. Where's the time to delete them? What? The ground item source that deletes them? Yeah, time to start slow flash 1, time to start fast flash 1.5. Call get overlapping bodies, but then you need to handle the push yourself. But I should already handle the push myself right now too. But yeah, that should work. Okay, let's try that. A z-axis I could be using. I could scale them up or fade them in or something. All right, so let's go back to the portal. Let's add a physics process here. You have a thing. Public override physics process. And there's a get overlapping bodies. Probably on the area 2D. Yeah. For each. All right, so let's do this. So we're going to nudge it away. This might work. Oh, cool. The longer they're in it, though, the more they get pushed out. Also, these items are not disappearing the way that they should. Time to, oh, I see. Time to live is set to 15. This should just be set to 1. And then who cares about the flashing? Excuse me. No, they're bouncing off of each other. Oh, no, they're bouncing off the portal again. I see. Because they can bounce off this wall nearby. So we probably just shouldn't push them with so much force. It should probably be a little bit. So maybe this should be like 5. See what that's like. Oh, except we're going to need to change the disappearing thing so they can bounce again. Oh, that looks pretty good. Maybe a little faster than 5 because it looks like they're sort of laggily being pushed. In fact, you know what? What if we just didn't give the ground items any sort of trajectory? We just didn't apply any impulse here. Just gave them a random position on the portal. And then in here, we made this a little bit larger and made these live for slightly longer. Why is it vomiting items? That's how the portal works. Okay, that looks worse. So we do need to give them some vector, but the vector should probably be based on where they are in terms of where they started. And it should probably be randomized as well. All right, well, we're learning. Yeah, we're learning. So this is not going to be a random vector anymore. It's going to be the position of the item, sort of like what we had over here. Where'd that go? Here. Okay, so usually it was body minus the global position of the portal. So we're going to do the same thing. It's going to be the item minus the global position of the portal, which is the spawn location. And I guess it could just be position minus spawn location. And then apply that. But maybe a little bit more magnitude. I should stop having to move the camera for this. Still not good. I want them to be flung, and they were flung with a velocity of up to this much. So we should probably keep the velocity they had and maybe set the minimum to 50. That looks pretty good, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Any complaints about this? I think it's pretty good. All right. Well, well, well. All we have to do is add in that lamppost that Toulouse talked about. Yeah, I'm happy with this effect. The items. Wait a second. What was that last one that just happened there? It looked like the items moved in a weird way. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Shut your mouth, Adam. It was the last one. So it must have been that one. Yeah. Okay. Let's watch that. I'm going in reverse right now. Okay. And now we can go forward. So frame by frame, the items exist. They're pushed. They're bouncing off the wall there, there, and there. All right. I think that's the issue. It's just they were bouncing off the wall. It looked like they moved weirdly. But now that I look at it in slow motion, I think it's fine. Neat. Yeah, neat. Bouncing off the nav mesh, not the actual fences. Yeah, because they need to bounce off whatever the players would also not be able to go onto, or the adventurers, I mean. So we need to make sure there's a tree here or something. Otherwise it'll look weird. So let's add in a tree. Can we fit another tree? Yeah. Well, we should probably take the other color tree. There. It's beautiful. Yeah, so now it'll look a little bit less weird when it bounces off the tree. All right, I like it. And now the items naturally separate a little bit. It should be easier to grab the one you want, but still hard when they're all stacked on top of each other. And we can make them push away from each other, but yeah, I don't want to do that just yet. All right. Let's delete this stuff. Delete that. We should really name these layers now too. Where is collision stuff? Collision. Shapes and shape color. What layer maybe? Where do you find this? Layer names. Here it is. 2D physics. Okay, first one is going to be world. Second one is going to be items. Or maybe portal? Portal. Stack items of the same type have a counter above it that decreases when one gets grabbed. They can all disappear at different rates though. So it'd be weird to just see the stack start like dwindling in count, but only see them start flashing when the final item is going to disappear. Also, I like that items are individual and that you see a bunch of them when there are a bunch of them. I think that's cool. The rare ones should push the others. The rare ones probably won't disappear on the ground, or they'll be glowing or something. Should it be environment instead, or does it not match 1-to-1? I think just calling it world is fine. I think it's going to be clear that it's the terrain. All right, so now if I go into anything with collision, like the portal, we should see if we hover over these what the layers are. Portal and world, yeah. So the portal is layer 2 with a mask of 2. I think we need to delete the mask and everything should work. And then the item should be considered mask 2 and layer not 2. If this still functions, then I think this is how this should be set up. Level cap of 7 is cool. Okay, this broke. Yeah. How does this work? Portal has, we don't need this. We don't need this. It's get overlapping bodies. Turns a list of intersecting bodies. Overlapping bodies collision layer must be part of this one's mask. Okay, so the portal needs to mask 2 and the item needs to be in layer 2. So maybe we change layer 2 to be items. I don't know. I'm just going to say portal. Real question, why is 7 so bad? I think it's just not really expected by anybody. Like if you were to show a random gamer a game where you could level up and you said, "What do you think the cap is?" The odds I say 7 are going to be like very minimal. And violating player expectation is something I think is worth considering in game design. All right, now this is back to working. Cool. Yeah, so maybe what we name this instead is like portal/items. World/environment. I don't know, something like that. All right. Yeah. Cool. Cool. I thought this change would be a little bit harder than it was, and it wasn't super easy. So yeah, the environment data. This is why I'm so glad we put this stuff in its own file. Although we still haven't done that for the town. What is this doing here? How did that end up there? Did it not delete this file from my machine? I didn't include this. Assets, resources. What? How did this end up here? I don't understand that. Maybe it's something I had saved in Godot? It must be. Yeah, it must be. I just don't know how it got there. Right? Hey, care. All right, well, whatever. It's fixed now. Yeah. All right, let's look at the other changes. So this is nonsense. We're just going to ignore that. And it's a gigantic file. How fun. Yeah. All right, collision layer, we changed on the item. It used to be 0. That's good. Portal is now its own scene. That's also good. Town scene now has the portal in a different spot. That's good. And then we're going to run into these changes, which I definitely don't like. Ugh. Do not like. Then the time to start flashing and everything, this is all going to have to go back to what it was. And that's that. Yeah, that's that. Cool. Push items away from the portal so that the portal is always clickable. Hooray. So if we try this in practice, now that we've got all these things set up correctly, let's say I wanted to click the portal and we just got items. I guess it is possible because for some number of frames, the items are actually on top of this, and it's possible you accidentally clicked, in which case you could right click, I guess, but you might not realize that, so you might accidentally have clicked an item. Yeah, like right there I did. You might be like, what just happened? Maybe what we do is we make them not clickable for the first like few frames of their animation. That might be good. It was quite fun. Kept being distracted through my meetings. I'm glad to hear it. Not the distraction part, but I'm glad it was fun. Yeah, I think we need to make it so that you can't click them for the first like half second of their existence. Yeah, let's do that. All right, so where does clicking an item happen? Set clickable. Input, here it is. Okay. So how do I want to do this? We need a like time in existence or creation time. Private double creation time. Is there a system? Oh, nice. There's. Take care, Amy. What is for lunch today? Some leftovers. Not totally sure what yet though. C# get system ticks. I just need something that lets me count this up. Datetime.ticks. Datetime.ticks. Is that not a thing? Datetime.now.ticks. And what is this along? Along. It's a really edge case. It's definitely an edge case, but it shouldn't take a... Well, actually, it might not be an edge case, because remember, the battles are automatically playing, and if you go to click the portal at the time that a battle finishes, then you would click an item. So it could certainly happen. I don't think it's that much of an edge case. And I suspect that probably players would run into it at least a couple times per playthrough. And it won't take that long to fix. All we're going to do is an input. We're going to say, what long elapsed time equals that. What is a tick? Turns the tick count. Return value is number of 100 nanosecond intervals. Okay. So if it were a nanosecond, we'd have to multiply it by 1 billion to get it into seconds. Or divide by 1 billion, but we have to divide by 10 million. That's time in sec equals this divided by, oh, nice. There's already a thing. And that is ticks per millisecond. Yeah, it's 10 million. Wow, great. Okay, so if you click and the elapsed time is greater than 0.5, that can't be how this works. It needs to be a double. No, wait, it doesn't have to be a double because these are such large numbers. But yeah, we should make it a double. All right, so I guess turn this into a double. And let's print this out as well. Elapsed time in sec. But yeah. Prevent clicking. Ooh, wait, though. This is for an item. This is not necessarily for a ground item. So it would mean that when an item is put onto a table that you couldn't click it. How about we set this to 2.5 and just see how that works. Does firing a one-shot Godot timer work? Yeah, that would also be fine. And that might actually be a little bit better too. And then it would take in the elapsed time into account. So we're going to grant item and you can't click it until 2.5 seconds pass, and then you can click it. So that works. But now if you have a storage room and you grant items, does it also do that? No, it works just fine. How does that happen? Because they're clicking the item display, I guess. I feel like this is coincidental. Can you elevate above the items and don't add the overhead? Yeah, that would be another way to do it. But I think you want the items to show up on top of the portal at first. Ground item. Is there a click handler for this? Oh, this is ground items. Oh, man. I don't know how much I'm paying attention. This has an on-click right here. Yeah. Oh, well then perfect. So what we could do is we could put the thing right into here instead of into this. Yeah. So let's delete all this stuff. And let's go the route that Kevin had suggested. All right, so private bool is clickable. We started as false. And then we start a timer in on ready. One shot. Add on timeout. Yeah. All right, timer. So why is this failing? Because ground item source isn't actually a Godot thing. Oh, great. Okay, so then I don't think we can use a Godot timer for this. Or we could add it to the item, but that's probably a bad idea. Yeah. All right, well, let's just take the code we had over here. It's fine, it works. It doesn't really matter too much. There's an item create timer. I could do that, yes. But then the item would need to potentially get rid of the timer, which means we need to store it in the class. And it's just a little weird to do that when I could just do this in C#, I guess. Integrating some psychology concepts into your game design could really streamline the user experience and make everything feel more intuitive. What do you mean, Care? Because I'm open to doing this sort of thing. I'm just not sure what you're talking about. Hey, Rockstar. Hope you're doing well. Can you recommend any way how to start with Godot and programming a game, even if you're not very talented at making graphics? Thanks for your answer. Yeah, two things. One is Godot itself has a getting started guide, and it's actually not too bad. I'll link this. If you don't read anything else, read the first one here, Nodes and Scenes. And then the bit about needing some graphics or something, I would highly recommend going to Itch and just going to Game Assets and then sorting by free stuff. Free. Yeah. So maybe check that out too. And just see where that takes you. And you don't need to spend a lot of money if you do want to spend money to get something. So you could look at something like this and be like, you know what? I like this aesthetic. I want to make a platformer. This would work pretty well. I think the only problem with asset packs is that rarely do they accommodate every single need you have for your specific game. So you might look at an asset pack like this and be like, oh man, this is perfect. I love this. And you're like, oh, but I want the ninjas to have a different kind of sword. And it's like, okay, well, then you need a different kind of sword. You need a different animation, or you need a new item graphic or something. So yeah. Use that area on portal. So you click the portal first. Again, solution with one extra UI frame and no timers. I mean, the timer solution is not really a problem here. I don't see this as an issue to add this. I think this will be pretty reasonable. Yeah. Okay, so elapsed time. And get rid of this. And on click, we're not just gonna, do we have any minus equals in here? Yes, we do. So we need to store the on click function that we have. We're already storing it. Where do we set this? Oh, right there. What? Why do we do this? Oh, because this is this on click. Okay. Yeah. I see. All right, great. So then we can do this here. Elapsed time, and then if elapsed time in sec is greater than this, which it did work correctly. So if it's greater than 0.5, then allow you to click this thing. When clicking items on the ground, it's possible that you actually intended to click the portal. So this waits just a tiny bit for the item to move off of the portal. Make field read only. Sure, then put read only field somewhere else. Is it going to complain? No. Yeah, I think getting started with Godot and just some free assets will really let you just explore game development for a bit. All right, so you can't, oh, did I break this? I might have broken this. Grant items. Yeah, you can't click this for some large amount of time right now. Why is that? Why is that? It's supposed to be half a second. Oh, did I leave it an item? I left it an item. This is supposed to all be deleted. There. Simply points to the skeleton's unwillingness to let go of the past and embrace the present. Whole town is just a distraction. I think we need to add a pet snake then. That's very compelling. All right, so that waited half a second. I actually think half a second might be too long. And I'm curious in terms of, I don't have the YouTube video open. We could actually count it in terms of frames. But I don't think it's worth counting in terms of frames. Yeah, I think just for whatever, the first like third of a second. Let's try that. So grant items. Yeah, so you can click it as soon as you feel like you probably should be able to click it. But you can't click it as soon as it's popped out of the portal. This is great. This is definitely great. Yeah, I like this a lot. All right, let's review this one more time. And yep. Then this garbage. Creation time looks good, looks good, looks good, looks good. Yeah, cool. All right, so push items away from portal. This is in preparation for making the portal clickable, which I haven't done yet. You can't click items the first 0.3 seconds that they exist on the ground so that it doesn't get in the way of trying to click the portal. Yeah. There we go. Together, chat will get lots of things done. But I see the ideal progression is equipment to pets to pet hats to, well, hats for pets. Oh God, if we're gonna turn into hat pets, pet hats. You get a witch's hat, a sentient witch's hat. It talks to you, tells you what to do next. Okay, so this part's done, right? You can click the portal, should probably just be a table, blah, 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 blah. Makes items only on top of the portal. Done. All right, it's lunchtime. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I took one break. So I'd say it's about time to... Hey, I'm going to stop in just a sec. Okay, definitely lunchtime. Angry family outside. Yeah, I'm going to be back in probably about an hour. And we're just going to get some of this stuff done. We're definitely not finishing all of this today, but I'd like to at least get this set of bullet points done and maybe add the actual boss monsters. I want to make this game feel effortless and intuitive for the player. No, I meant, do you have any like specific suggestions? Because I'm aware of the general concept of trying to make things easier for the player. I think it's hard to go from asking this question to answering this question. And a lot of it's based on feedback I get. Yeah. Anyway, if you do, feel free to provide it anytime. I am going to get going because I do need to get lunch right now. But I'll be back in about an hour probably, and we'll be back for a couple hours when we do get back. If you have not wishlisted the game on Steam, please do click this and then click the button inside. And that's it. That's it for the stream today. So I'll see you in about an hour, everybody. And if I don't, have a good weekend. Take care either way.